Greater than Shirotari is beautiful, especially at this time of day. An orange and red sky shines down on couples taking slow-paced walks to grassy slopes. Once there, they recline, and look up at the wispy clouds, reflecting, or refracting, the sun's rays into a pinkish-colored, shadowed blue. To walk through its streets, down the worn cobblestones, to feel a town's familiarity and the excitement of rediscovery. It makes butterflies beat against my chest, and lifts my head even higher than my ties. To the clouds. I look up at the beautiful twilight, the sun now a disk just barely above the horizon. Strange, how a light can be so bright, so warm, and yet be painless to the eye. Left square bracket Sable Testing Command Center 2087 below the director. Multicolored beams of light and other energy right parenthesis danced in star-like patterns, starting from various projectors, but all terminating on the head of a small boy. They'd been done with the physical tests for some time now. A broken tank and the rubble of what had been walls were proof of that. Now, they were on to more subtle levels. There was a certain kind of pain that just couldn't be reproduced by topsers, or thumb screws, or cutting implements. Often, one had to go to the root of something iPhone wanted results. In this case, that meant the brain. You're certain, Sukun? His assistant turned her head, pointing her dark goggles at him. She'd be laughing now, if she ever did. After so many years, Ono assumed he'd lost the ability to move her facial muscles in that way. Less than obvious, if she'd ever possessed a greater than that again. Who could tell what went on behind that surgical mask she always wore? I am always certain, Tanaro. How silly of me to forget. The preliminary analyses showed a 2.0 potential strength peak. I am aware of that. Today's tests only reached 1.5. He looked behind him, at the test chamber. There were the remains of a few granite barriers, assorted metal ones, burning fragments of military machinery. I'd say it's quite enough, Sukun. She shook her head. It isn't enough. Sable's strength increases with his pain. If we can raise the amount he feels. We've already used all the methods of torture known to be current and she waved him into silence. And that is why we are tapping directly into his pain centers. That's what the light show is for, I take it. Most of it. Some of it just transmits data back to us. The rest, yes, does stimulate the electrodes we planted earlier. If he survives, it should bring him up to 2.0. If her goggles grinned, almost with amusement. There is always the chance that even Southeast-1B-Y-L will buckle under sufficient pressure. A pause. Director. If we lose him, then the project will have been a failure. We shall learn from our mistakes, and start anew. Yano Corp cannot afford to support more than owned. False start in this branch of its operations. Raraku. It always came back to that. To him. It's true, he wasn't what they had expected, what they had hoped for. But he was Penelope's son, and on top of that, he'd made a promise. One he couldn't break. He had to keep Project R going, at least until Nebiki. Very well, he said softly. Proceed. Whether I would was never in question. Ono grunted. Sometimes, he wondered whether Anocorp wasn't still run via Gosankuji. Hokoriko, how are the readings? His wife looked up from the display she manned, and took off her earphones. Strength reads 1.9 and rising. Are you alright, dear? I'm fine. 1.9. To reach that higher point, the boy would have to be in enough pain to. There just weren't metaphors to cover it. He looked through the bulletproof glass to the arena below him. Sure enough, beads of sweat were forming on Sable's forehead, and one of his eyebrows was twitching. Nothing, apart from that. You've trained him well, Sakun. You can flatter me when he's passed the final test, Tanaro. Less than the final ... greater than O. Chashiku. He'd brought his doom upon himself. At one. He couldn't have been allowed to live. It's not as if he had long to go before a natural death. In any case, he was in his, 70s? 80s? At most, he had 5 years left in him. Then there was the matter of his sudden sentimentality, and senility. Not to mention his poor judgment. What Sakun had found during the interrogation was damning, to say the least. Having Sable, it was just this way. His passing would probably saw nothing. They needed to know if their soldier could kill. He closed his eyes, and placed his hands flat upon the table, while he stood. The final test. Of course. Tanaro was roused by a gasp from the console. 2.1, and rising. What? The director rushed to the screen, then turned to Thabo Sankuji. I thought you said he could only go to 2.0. I did, admitted Sakun, cool as ever. This is unexpected. Are the sensors malfunctioning? Hokoriko shook her head, brushing aside the red-brown strands that fell before her eyes. I just ran a check. Unless diagnostics are also off, they're fine. My. Sable is full of surprise. Gosankuji stopped her sentence short. He's turning blue, she said, never looking away from the window. Double quote, he can't breathe. Seems he couldn't take the pain. Less than this single quote. D better not be overloading him. It's bad enough to lose a defective model, but if we lost the perfect prototype because we pushed him past his design limits, greater than he wondered whether the Southeast model now fits Sakuin's definition of a success. Is he a failure, then? He asked. And he's exceeded expected parameters. Get him there! Exclamation point. Hokoriko. Feed him oxygen. I can't. The face of the director's wife was blank, and her tone matter of fact. Why not? He doesn't need it. Gosankuji stood still for a moment, and Tanaro guessed that underneath her goggles, eyelids were fluttering rapidly. Give me that. Sakun grabbed at the console, swung it around to face her, and began pounding away at the keyboard. Breathing's controlled, but healthy, she mumbled, still conscious. No tissue damage. But she froze. When Index Gosankuji showed any sign of emotion, something was wrong. Sakun. According to the neural link, yes, he isn't feeling any pain. An alarm sounded, sending Hokoriko scrambling frantically over her controls. Energy built up in the reactor link. What? Do something. Where's it coming from? Tanaro's wife licked her lips, then swallowed. Sable, she said. Sable? He's generating a burst. It's coming from him. And if it continues for much longer, he's not supposed to have that kind of power. What are his readings? Strength, stable at 2.5. We need more. Run a full scan. Now. Keep peaks. She punched a few buttons, before intoning, his key has been actualized from potential, and is stagnant. 0.1. Then his skin. Oh, deity. Suddenly, it all fit together. With 1/10 of the original Ryuga's key abilities, he wasn't going to be doing any Shishihukons anytime soon, but when one combined the energy-focusing Moshano-based talent he did have with his ability to increase strength under pain, that blue tint wasn't due to lack of oxygen. Shut it off. I want the testing terminated. Now. I need the codes. Blast their security. There was such a thing, Ono reflected, as macking something to foolproof. Voice check. Ono Tanaro. Code Alpha C1. Order. Terminate testing for subject southeast-1B-Y-L. Asterisk insufficient parameters. Please specify asterisk all of it. Asterisk insufficient asterisk too late. There was a far-off rumble, and a brief flicker as the auxiliary generators kicked in. In Sable's arena, all was dark. Left square bracket nowhere, no time, a ripple, and a change. Shock. The locket which I hold against my chest dissolves into ASCII blue light. It disappears, and all is metamorphosed, as if a blind string had been pulled by some enormous hand. The day was gone, replaced by starless, misty night. The people all around me disappeared, taking with them all the warmth, all the softness of the evening breezes, and leaving. What? A biting wind, that tore through clothes like mites through wood, a dreamy canopy above, and below a twisted version of what once had been. The darkness brought decay, and change. The very pebbles on the street seemed hostile, and the architecture now was more grotesque than beautiful. Shadows jumped from here to there, twisty corners peeked from zero shapes, and all around the spawn of night-time wreaked their mischief on the daytime town, painting over it their own 12-hour facade. Surely there was some way to bring things back to normal, some way to prevent the change. There had to be some way to light the moon. I hadn't noticed it before, when I looked up, but it must gather away. The clouds are not enough to hide it tonight. Where, then? I craned my neck and scanned the heavens, till I found the gray-white disk, emitting light only within itself, and letting none escape beyond its local boundaries. Left square bracket Sable Testing Command Center 2087 right square bracket double quote status report. Cocorico. The reactor's gone. Deity. How? How much? Radiation, 8 million becquerels. 8 million? Sukuin smirked as she went over the diagnostic routines. Chirogari has half an hour to live. She's right, dear, admitted his wife. Gosankuji's coolness had long since ceased to impress them both, and they now took it as a matter of course that she would confront the most gruesome scenes with no emotion stronger than clinical curiosity. I'll have the drone scan for a life signs, she continued, but at that level, it'll take them 35 minutes just to reach the town center, and by then, I understand. Tanaro closed his eyes, and vented his frustration on the palms of his hands. His fingernails dug deep, drawing blood. Less than but not as much as I have spilled today. Greater than that wasn't what bothered him. Kamino. Loss of life, he could deal with, but this didn't have to happen. If only they'd stopped with the physical tests, Sable was never going to encounter anything more than that in battle. Now they knew him had some kind of key ability, but it was of no use to them, and the cost. No. It wasn't the loss of life that worried him. It was how much he had wasted. There was nothing he could do about it now. Best to attend to the matters at hand. Slowly, he separated his eyelids. What about us? We're safe. For the moment. The shielding set up for the Sabla project should keep out most of the energy. But Sukun squinted out a display, trying to make out details. If you and Hokoriko are planning on any more children, I would recommend evacuating as soon as possible. And yourself? She raised an eyebrow. I gave up on a family. Many years ago, Tanaro. All I had double quotes. She shook her head, as if to clear away unwelcome thoughts. I'll stay behind to take care of Sable. But, no buts. All the beam generators were shut down, and the shock from hacking the electrodes suddenly cut off left him unconscious, but once I revive him, he'll be perfectly fine. I'll stay behind to finish testing. Sukun, you're going too far. What about the boy's own susceptibility to radiation? If we lose him, Sable has already proven his endurance. He can take whatever leaks through containment, and more, for at least several hours, most likely 80. Besides which, he's already sterile. He will be evacuated with us. You, too. We can't take the chance. Listen to yourself. Is this truly Director Ono Obanokor speaking? Or the man whose sister married into the Hibikis? Tanara grimacked. I thought so. We only have the Shiro to recite for today. We couldn't risk using after this, even if the radiation were under control. A thoughtful pause. I take it your KF people are ready with a coffer story? She thought of everything. Then again, so did he. Ono nodded. They'll pass this off as a bond test in Hakusa Park gone awry. There'll be some public outcry, of course, but it's better than letting Sable out into the open, or letting Japan know that one of their quaint villages was actually an advanced military research center. In a Gosankuzi, phrases like these passed for humor. Agreed, she concluded. I've finished all the shutdown routines, darling. Hokoriko had been busying herself with the intricacies of dismantling an underground bunker, and now that she was done gave herself the luxury of arranging her hair. It's set to detonate the entrance charges tomorrow afternoon, but after that, this place will look like nothing but a normal hill with a few landslides on its circumference. Good. Sukun, when can we expect you in Tokyo? Southeast-1B-Y-L and I will arrive tomorrow morning, if not this evening. I must run the final test. After that, we will have nothing to keep a share. Surely we can arrange for. No. This is our only opportunity. Don't you see? Chashaku presented himself openly as our opponent. He has no surviving relatives, and thanks to his disguised paychecks, we can easily pass him off as an industrial accident. Such a chance won't come again. Less than I certainly hope not. Greater than to think of the old man going through all thought. He threw a nervous glance at the wreckage left behind by bicycle tests. If the boy could demolish a tank, what could he do to an ancient electrician? He'd been with the company for longer than he himself. Sakun, maybe I was a bit harsh on Daimonji. Perhaps we could. Could what? Oh no. There was ice in her words. Just like your predecessor. It was Kayutha who convinced him to go on. If management were truly left to your kind, there would be no Project R, no Sable ... and you would still be a bankrupt, sniveling family, committed to resurrection of your greatest foe. You must learn that one must cast away emotions if one is to succeed. Chashika broke the rules. He must pay the price. Especially since it is convenient for us. We must know if he can fulfill his function. If not, we must start again. Any delay in fees could prove costly, and very inconvenient. Is that all you care about, Sakun? Asked Hokoriko, disgust apparent in her voice. Convenience? Is there anything else? Of course there is. I suppose you'll point to your marriage. Aye, which tied together the Musk dynasty and the Ono line. All humanity went out of the woman's eyes, to be replaced by the savage glint of a hunter. Gosankuji could bandy words well, but Shou should have to do better than that if she chose to insult the honor of his daughter. How dare you even suggest that? As she reached for her dagger, hard light came on one of the consoles. Oh, dear. It looks like your transport is ready for you. You planned it that way? You'd better hurry. Those trucks have considerably less shielding than the bunker. Reluctantly, Hokoriko removed her fingers from the jeweled hilt of her weapon, and walked out the exit, never taking her eyes off the cicatrice. Tanaro followed dot left square bracket nowhere, no time, and then, I see it is not an emitter, but something that draws in ... the pale half glow that lets me make out details of the town is all that the earth can keep itself from this circle's inspection. All it sees, it draws to itself. All it gazes at becomes absorbed. And now, it focuses on me. I struggle, try to break away, but find myself confined within an immaterial grasp, a force I cannot feel, but that I know surrounds me, coats me, pulls me in. The ground moves away, and I am thrust through blackness towards the putrid, stolen light. As I draw closer, I see more. Once dark areas gain detail, showing forms of gray and pale flesh pink, and less than no. It can't be ... greater than eventually, the moon itself strips its facade, to bear its true form for me. No craters here, or mirrors, or dust, or rocks, but cold, unfeeling polished glass surrounded by a frigid metal frame. A lens. Behind it, massive plates of circuitry and metal, forming a quarter of a whole, the other being my teacher's face. He'd followed me, and found me. Even here, inside my mind, inside whatever wonderland I'd jumped into, I could not hide. The gargantuan face noticed my attention, and smiled. Walls formed around me, closing and bonding together at the edges, top, bottom, sides, and only a small view hole left so I could look at Gan's eyes, and he had I banged on the material, harder than concrete and rougher than sandpaper, but gain only a few scrapes for my trouble. He sees, but does not help, and what he looks at is not in me. Desperate, I finger every corner, every indentation in the hope that there might be some way out I've overlooked. All the while, I feel Islands on me, searching, investigating, analyzing my frame like a sample under a biologist's microscope, and ignoring what's within it. When it looks inside, it sees lymph, and blood, and organs. Not my soul. I must get out, I must escape, I must go back, to where I am alone. As if it had read my mind, misread, and thought it needed more than visual examination of mon corps, the walls began to morph, ranging in parts, extending fibrous points, and causing them to grow from thin closure, towards me. Metallic probes they are, tentacles that poke and pinch, taking samples of my skin, my hair, and more. I bat at them, but they continue, testing, tasting. When they've done all they can in my present state, they try to remove my clothes, tugging at my boots and jacket. I resist, but they are many, and strong, and I know I cannot last for long. How can he do this? Why must he do this? Less than ask, greater than outside. The obscene face still is grinning. It's on a corp whirring goozily and taking pictures, but the other eye is organic. It must have feelings. It must know pity. I cry to it, plead for help, for release, appeal to its humanity told me, to treat me as something other than an interesting bit of data. I have its attention, but not that which I want. The pale gray pupil points towards me, but the eye burns red with lust, not sympathy. The fire grows as it ogles my form, as it watches my vain fight against its tendrils, and anticipates the moment when its inspection will be complete. Not even my tears seem to hold it back. Not even the water streaming from my eyes can make it call back its metallic minions. Instead, its animalistic fever grows, spreading to the rest of Thetis, brightening it, heating it, a crescendo in an unholy symphony of soundless, emotionless instinct. The pull grows, in both directions. I am now as drawn to him, as he is towards me. We accelerate, much against my will. What of my cage? Jean-Sai seems oblivious to its solidity. Ignores it, focusing instead merely on my other casing, the fleshy one. I brace myself, and close my eyes for the impact which I know must come. And, of course, it does. There is a flash, a spiraling of sparks as stone clashes with metal, and a shuddering, a shaking, a vibration. The walls around me crumble. At every point where their outward surfaces have come in contact with the face, there forms a breaking point, a glowing dot which catalyzes the disintegration of what lays around it. Eager for release, I try to speed the process, Touching those which is close seems to wait to mature the explosions on their own. A tap with a finger is all they need to erupt, but the fragments shower inwards, towards me, and so I'm hurt as much as I am freed. Now mottled purple, my skin is still a driving force for Jean-Sai's bizarre nature, for when the debris is cleared, and floats off in the vacuum around me, he's still there, waiting. The explosions have affected him, reducing his organic half to a gasping, throbbing mockery of a human face, and his other parts show dents and damage. The lens extends one final time, to get a final glimpse, and then stops. Dead. Halfway out of its socket, it jams, until the lights around it dim, blink, and grow dark. But only for a while. Mixed with the panic that I feel are images from ancient manuscripts of birds, with wings of flame, death's messengers rising from the ashes of their own destruction to bring the same upon the land surrounding them. Such pictures pale in comparison to what I sense, to what I pt3c in front of me. From what I hoped was now merely a non-sentient mass, a lump of consciousness forms. At first, I feel nothing. I am alone, truly, for the first time, and only my heart, my thoughts, my feelings thought there were never more than those are present, only they disturb the pattern of the moment, or create new twists in it. Then, gradually, the ambience of Jean-Sai's, the mood surrounding his parts, every little sensory matrix in his corpse twinkles back to life, and while I feel it, they reach out to each other, and join. They meld into an aggregate form, not physical this time, purely spirit? No, not spirit. There's not enough soul in the old man for that. What is it, then? A luminous form rises from the shell, mostly white, but here and there the red of meat in a butcher's stall will take the place of shadowing. Amorphous, but trying to be something. False starts, as growths form on the figure, then recede into the main conglomeration. Finally, they settle into a vaguely humanoid form. Long legs, arms, knobs that might pass for hands and feet, and a head. A head with a nose, and a mouth, and ears, which now opens its eyes. Once again, they focus on me, and I am too weak to move, to drain at be my injuries. Both of us are free, but only he has truly been released. I am still confined by the bodily casing which Jean-Sai has discarded, and because of my refusal to leave it, because of my need to endure, I am now easy prey for a willing hunter. He knows that, of course. The line across the bottom of the top projectile curves into a semi-smile, and he rushes towards me. What can I do? I sit, I flinch, I wait. I curl into a ball, cover myself, try to avoid what I know must come, what I can feel in his gaze, and always could. There is some comfort in the fact that though he might defile my body, he himself has given proof that that is something easily cast away, and exchanged for another thing which cannot be corrupted. Less than past that point to which it is itself decayed. Greater than Jean-Sai advances, turning himself into a torpedo of pink-tinted plasma, a cylinder which spins and flies through the dark straight towards where I sit, crouching. My arms, from instinct, fly before me, covering my eyes and face, and so I miss the impact visually. I feel it. Oh. Feel his substance enclosing me, pressing against my skin, seeping through every pore and contaminating all entities. Less than get it over with, greater than I plead. Soundlessly, since my mouth is also covered by his viscous presence of either gag I know not of. I know what he wants, what he's wanted all this time, and since I cannot avoid it, I less than wait. Greater than the sludge slowly dissolves, leaving shivering tissue where it once had lain. It evacuates my lungs, seemingly evaporating, and still his stench, his vileness, permeates mon core. Less than what single quote is happening ? Greater than I ask myself. I welcome my deliverance, but cannot fathom from whence it might proceed. Less than relax. Greater than I'm answered. From within. A strange voice, not my own, not my mental avatar. Less than who are you ? Greater than relax. Greater than I probe, sending tendrils of thought to test the ground of my mentality. Something intercepts them, cuts them short, stops my train of thought. Less than who are. What was I? Greater than I forget what I am thinking of. What I was thinking of. It's gone. Lost. Less than lost. What is lost? Greater than a blank. Then vileness, building up. Resentment, growing, becoming tangible, taking form, and finally exploding outwards. A burst of angry white explodes from me, clearing anything in its path. Chunks of rock and stone, what had been. Less than it is of no importance. Greater than what had been. That, too, is removed. And even the security offloading in nothingness, even that. I fall. I tumble through the void, back to the earth, back to the town that we had left, not knowing what had happened to the artificial I, not caring, only thinking that at last I had returned. Less than to what ? Greater than left square bracket on a corpsable site, testing arena 2087 darkness. Only the blue glow of the emergency lights allowed Sakun to make out details in the arena. To her side she could distinguish a few monitors, wires, keyboards, usual paraphernalia of an establishment such as this one. Behind her she could hear a pneumatic hiss as the automatic door finished closing. In front of her was Sable, reclining unconscious on the link seat. His head was cocked at an acute angle with his trunk, and now inoperative electrodes trailed their wires from his skull. She grabbed a handful of cables and examined them, determined to go for every inch. Less than best to begin at the beginning. Greater than Sakun started with the connection to the main computer. A brief pressure of her fingers on the right spots, plus whatever meager visual information made it past the thick dark lenses of her goggles were enough to let her know that all was as she had expected, and feared. The leads were melted to the point of fusion, and the plastic covering was badly scorched. Less than it has to be ... greater than all the evidence pointed to it, but it was still so illogical that it should happen this way. The energy backflow that had originated from Sable had to be Aki Blast. The blue tinge to his skin would have then been a buildup of the spiritual energy. Not enough to generate a north after all, his peak was 0.1, but enough for a dim glow. Less than dim enough to be perceived as pigmentation ? Greater than as she had so often in the past. She resigned herself to the facts that it was useless to argue with truth. Less than whether the jar hits the rock, or the rock the jar, greater than she quoted mentally, remembering Cervantes. Less than its single quote as always the jar that ends up yours for a ... greater than ironic. Oh, at he should exhibit such abilities before KYP. Unfortunately, it was of no use to their goals. Even if they successfully designed a neural stimulator, the amount of pain they'd have to put him through to bring him to the point where he could use that would. Less than I single quote D better check the electrodes. Greater than quick scans with trembling hands. The wires seemed untouched further along the cables, so there was hope that the implants hadn't melted. If that happened, Gosankuji took a deep breath and put a gloved hand to Sable's head. She allowed her fingers to probe his scalp, pushing past thick, strong, young brown hair, feeling the metallic surfaces and foam adhesive discs off the devices she herself had placed, ever so carefully. There was no corrosion or noticeable damage. That much was clear after a few seconds. Still, she continued her examination, delighting in the luxuriant growth, taking pleasure in feeling the soft strands brushed by her fingers. She allowed her touches to become caresses, and was about to remove her glove before she stopped herself. Less than no, greater than thought Sakun. Less than this way. This way madness lies. Greater than all that mattered was that nothing had gone wrong at the neural vault. His brain would be unharmed. The project would continue. With precisely calculated movements, she set to work removing the electrodes. For each one, she'd stretch the skin surrounding it, then pull the cable at an exact perpendicular to the skull's curvature, taking out the thin metal spike which had sent information to infamous neurons. Once all of them had been discarded, and she was satisfied that there had been no damage to the subject, she loaded the correct medication cartridge into her air syringe. Less than better this than the needle. He's had enough pain for today. Greater than Sakun put the tube within her teeth to free her hands while she took Sable's arm, moved his sleeve out of the way and disinfected the target area with an alcohol swab. Not that there was much to Sanitas. He kept himself clean, and through a quirk of his genetic engineering, his skin was smooth, pale, and soft. Less than enough of this. Greater than she took the jet and quickly administered the dose. A push, a slight hiss, and it was done. Only a small wait, now. Less than what else? Greater than the lighting. She liked the dark all Gosankuji's did, but the boy Southeast-1B-Y-L was used too different, and it would ease his awakening if she less than were single quote s dot switch question mark greater than she fumbled, then found the lighting control panel. Sukun hesitated for a moment, then turned the dimmer to half power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The inside of Sable's eyelids pulsed a dull peach, and strange amorphic shapes in greens and yellows danced in front of his anophthalmic pupils. Less than what? Where greater than his brain crackled, filled with static which gradually decreased in strength. As it cleared, so did he see past into what the mental snow had been hiding. Less than the tests. Greater than the tests were the last thing he remembered. Walls, a tank, and then a chair. Less than a chair. So hard to remember. Greater than something about bright white lights and metal. Pain, much pain. More than he had ever felt before, and it had made him strong. Just as she promised, just as Sable, Executress Sukun. Less than deity. Greater than if she saw him like this, half asleep when he was supposed to be in his prime. Less than let her not see me as a failure. Greater than, are you conscious, Sable? He opened his eyes, only to find Gosankuji's goggles directly in front of them. Hi, Executress. Against his will and conditioning, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Sukun's face was unreadable, as his own should be, but that made it impossible to tell whether he had done well, or what happened. Was that a smile peeking from the sides of her mask? Less than SAKUIN question mark greater than surely not. He must still be imagining things. There is no need for concern, Sable. Madam. A frown. This one was certain. Her eyebrows moved into a V-shaped pattern. No need for concern, or for sweating. Your physical conditioning should allow you greater control than that, by now. I'll stop it at once. Good. You have done well. I have. Better than expected, in fact. Sable deliberated. Was it proper to feel joy at this? It was within Corp's goals for him, so he should be pleased, but it was best to play it safe. He resolved to choose his words carefully. With Executress, seemingly innocuous phrases such as these could easily be aided in themselves. I am pleased to hear that. Each word was enunciated clearly and distinctly, but with no emotion attached to it. As well you should be. Tensed muscles relaxed. His reaction had been approved. However, she continued, do not allow it to go to your head. I will not, Executress. There is still one final test. Less than final test question mark greater than. The boy opened his mouth to give voice to the mental query, then promptly shut it. One did not question a Gosankuji on such subjects. If one needed information, it would be provided in due course. He resigned himself to nodding in acknowledgement, face firm. This test is different than the rest. In the others, you had told Stroy. In this one, she turned away from him, paused, and bowed her head. You have to kill. Kill? It is what you are designed for, Sable. A surprisingly snappy tone comma for her. Fail this, and all our work will have been for naught. What good is a soldier who cannot destroy his enemies? I understand. Who am I? Enemies to be. Sukun paused, then answered slowly. Only one, and not much of a challenge for the likes of you. He is however, a self-confessed traitor, blasphemer, and possible saboteur. Something else, too, she added. Mumbled. To Sable's heightened hearing, it sounded like, among other things, sensei? Gosankuji's head jerked up, and she spun around. I said nothing of other things, Southeast-1B-Y-L. You must have misheard. My apologies, Executress Gosankuji. I misheard. Sable smirked. This was no test, rather, it would be a pleasure to be able to render such a service to his creators, to rid them of this this vermin, that was so able to agitate his teacher. He did not know the details, but if Index Gosankuji used such strong phrases, they must be accurate and well-deserved. Who is this creature? Lead me to him. There was no response for a few seconds, then Sukun lowered her eyes. Chashiku, she said slowly. Daimonji Chashiku. Sable's head spun. Chashiku? How? The old man was harmless, an old relic, an electrician and always kind, telling stories, bringing food, fresh fruit. How could he? You seem confused, Sable. I take it I was understood. You were, Executress, he admitted. If it was her will, if it was Anocorp's will, then it must be done, but, are you certain? Chashiku has always been so. You doubt me? A glint from the goggles. He couldn't doubt her. Sukun never lied. The index was never incorrect. No, he exclaimed. Of course not. It's just that. He's always been so loyal to Anocorp. He's been with it so long. As long as you come, I single quote and told, and he had to say it, but did not know how to, except in a whisper. A friend. Sukun clenched her fists, then released them. That was a bad sign. Friend, she snorted. Don't you see, Sable? That is why he is the most dangerous villain of all. He does not use projectiles, or beams. Your endurance is proof against an army of those. His weapons are emotions. Less than emotions. Greater than. He has been using your own feelings against you, softening you, trying to make you feel pity and compassion. She almost spat out the words. His friendship is nothing but a ploy to soften you. Akla for one, true, but her voice became a hiss. Trust me when I say thought Daimonji is void of any true feeling. Less than no feeling. Then greater than. He is strong. His teacher looked amused, and stroked her chin pensively. Yes, I suppose you could say that. Strong. in a very different way from that in which you are strong. That only makes him all the more dangerous, and all the more perfect as a test of your abilities. Remember, your training today is when you need it most. He'd almost forgotten that, in the passion he'd flown into, in this flurry of confusion, he'd lost track of what he was here to do. Truly, emotions make one weak. Excellent. And what else? I must be a stone soldier. Good. And, as a soldier, I must obey. Who? You. For the moment, yes. And I tell you that Daimonji's a traitor, and an enemy. Put your emotions aside, Southeast-1B-Y-L, and lie mean at him. Do not fail on Ocorp. Do not fail on me. I will not execute double quote left square bracket nowhere, no time. The downward motion stopped, but I'm still somersaulting, whirling in a sea of dust that blocks the sight of all that lies beyond it. With time, the curtain settles down into a layer of sediment, and my own movement changes into simple turning, like a top. My eyes adjust. It takes a moment, since I've gone from darkness into light. But, is it light? There is a yellow glow, and figures dancing spinning. Twanting. Less than who is moving? I or they ? Greater than I recognize them now. My classmates. But, why like this ? Why? They are translucent. I see right through them, see their pained express ions juxtaposed one upon the other. A boy's scream peeking from behind the young girl's frown. An arm reaching out to anyone, to anything, right through another student's thorax. What has happened, and why do they not notice me? In my movement, my rotation, I extend a hand to each in turn, trying to touch but failing, trying to contact them, to let them know I listen, and I'll help. They do not hear. They scream in silence, move their mouths, but wait. They are not quiet. When I listen closely, I can hear them. They speak in tongues of anguish, panic and despair. I did not recognize the sounds, at first, because I thought they were my own. Yet, I am silent now, and they're the ones who speak, and plead and try to cry. And will not see the one who'd help them. I can see them, but not touch them, and yet I, who can be touched, am not invisible to them. Again, I question what's gone on. What calamity has happened so that I am separated from them, on a different plane? As if to answer me, the dust piled on the moving ground stops still, coagulates, and finally reforms into identifiable shapes. The shapes of corpses, of the friends I knew, with blackened shirts, and burned up skin, and yellow, melted, yes, their limbs stuck now forever into the unnatural positions done by rigor mortis and sudden death. Those gruesome sights immobile stand, while my own body, warm and pulsing, young and energetic, pirouettes, alive, amidst them. Less than are they dead, then? And am I greater than no answer needed? The transparencies point at the sickly sea-off block and blood and hanging skin. Each once had been in recognition of its former shell. There's cries of pain, of loss, of mourning. I can't bear it. I must do something, help, or at the very least must let them know that they are seen and heard, and someone understands their needs. To do that, I must join them on their field of play. I must stop moving. So, I try. I turn myself the other way, press all my might and concentration on the effort, focusing, rechanneling, until ... left square bracket on a corpse able site 2087 like all the others in the bunker. The corridor they now passed through had walls of solid stone roughly cut, perhaps blasted. The facility had been made in a hurry, and there hadn't been much time or for aesthetic detail. Nonetheless, Sable had grown to find the unfinished appearance comforting. At times like these, the sight of them would help to calm him. Even something that is not perfect, that is not polished, they seemed to promise, can fulfill its purpose. Progrid, it is strong, and does not weaken. Only emergency lights lit their path. Every few meters, a sheet metal box with a few plastic panels on it would jut out, connected to all the others via insulated cables. The colored lights pulsed intermittently, giving their voyage a psychedelic appearance. Greens would blink and alternate with reds, flickering and casting from the shapes he knew Sable's own, the walls, and Sequin's UNFAMILIAR shadows that would tease him, daring him to identify them before they disappeared. For a millisecond, all'd be dark, and calm and peaceful. And then, it would start again. Less than much like my own mind. Greater than always training seemed to be in jeopardy. Fulfillment of his goal threatened by the identity of my opponent. He knew that these feelings were illusions, that they were traps, tricks of the mind, but still there was enough compulsive force in them to raise his doubts. They played and toyed with rules he'd learned as truths, and cast them before an unfamiliar light. Light, that he had always comforting, was now a mockery. None of that clinical purity he had grown to crave, none of the pure, undiluted white. Here were baser colors of the spectrum, shining as they had no right to. It was a mockery of true enlightenment. A fate far worse than darkness. What comfort was it to have a tainted glow appear, and pour its vile imaginings upon his conscience, activating that appendix of the soul? True, they scattered when he summoned his conditioning, but the deed was done. All this was so confusing. Very little sound was present in the hall, and what there was reverberated, echoed and was amplified. Sequin's measured breath sighed through her mask, his own telling next to the roar which hers became in the impromptu acoustic chamber. Her presence, too, seemed magnified. The mood she emanated was at one with the solidity which he perceived from the rock tunnel. Sable's was not. Questions rose in his mind, and when he tried to quiet them, they only stayed down for an instant before bubbling up again. It was Chashiku against Sequin. Both were equally persistent, on their own. There was need of a herd factor to settle the dispute. Less than me ? Greater than they walked on, the crunch of their boots on the pebbled floor heralding their perseverance. Sable's breath quickened as he reminded myself that each footfall brought him closer to the final test, a test which he was no longer certain he could pass. Regardless of what he had told Sukun. That settled it. Many things he could do, but deceive her. Less than never doubt greater than he had given my word, and would fulfill it. Not only that, but he would do so with a true heart. Anything else was deception, even if no one else knew it. To do that, he would have to fight a preliminary battle, but of much the same sort. He would have to eradicate some of those feelings, some of those thoughts that had proven comforting to him, and so thoroughly uproot them that they had no chance of ever coming back. It was a sacrifice, but one that he must make. For everything. For himself. It was his goal, as a soldier and a weapon, to destroy doubt and, as a tool, if he could not fulfill my purpose, he was obsolete, and useless without a reason to exist. Therefore, if anything threatened advice, he must be rid of it. For his mother, she'd been forced to stain her honor. She had been a formidable warrior, but her mistake was to allow such doubts, such emotions, to overtake her. In fact, the very same ones thought had proven her downfall. Less than how distasteful that word is, rare greater than regret, compassion, hesitation were the same demons that now tormented him. If he could not rid himself of them, he would go down the same path. Lose his mind, and the ability to kill, and be left incomplete, with only the capacity for brute destruction. For Amocorp, Sable was their hope for a perfect project. His half-brother had proven a disappointment, but they kept him, to fulfill a promise. Not that half-grown rodent, was their pride. Washuho they relied on to be a perfect prototype. He must not fail his creators. And, for Sukun, all his life, she'd been there, teaching Sable, instructing him, letting him know the truth, and what was right. To fail her was worse, far worse, than to fail himself. He focused all my mental powers on driving out the homunculi that littered his mind. One by one, Sable forced myself to extinguish the brilliant flashes, snuffing them with the same weapon with which he always armed my mental representative, the combat spatula. He'd see the offenders as candle flames, dancing upon wicks in their shades of red and yellow, orange and blue. One precise and downward swing of his instrument's cold metal surface, and it'd be gone, a thick column of smoke, the only remnant of its existence. That, too, soon rose and dissipated, and the wick, the root which could in future times lead to a greater conflagration, that he stamped on, crushing it to dust, and letting the black powder scatter in the wind. In little time, his consciousness was once again a void. Clean, pure, and undiluted dark. When one could not have light, this was the next best thing. Sukun stopped suddenly. They had arrived. In front of them was the door to a primitive holding cell room, painted creamy white. Silently, she undid the latch, letting at first only the grating off met upon itself and stone greet their entry until those sounds were joined by a whimper and a whine. He was there. Left square bracket nowhere, no time a change occurred. I halted, stopped my spinning, but that was not without its consequences. Momentum is conserved, and mine was transferred outwards, to the morbid ring. The massive bodies meshed and melded into a fence-like structure. The cadaver's arms were interlocked, their legs were twined, and the onthages of one would hinge upon the shoulder of another. Once finished, the enclosure throbbed, and pulsed, beating as a unit, increasing in strength and frequency until at last the whole exploded, fountaining upward in an obscene shower of once human parts. Steadily the bits rose, slowed as if they moved through fluid, and not air. The spirits stopped, and ceased all other movement to lift up their heads, and see it all. They wailed, and wondered at the sight, bemoaning what they once had been, what they were seeing destroyed by my own action. Then, somehow, be it magic, or collective force of will, their strength of feeling merged itself with the organic cataract. The pieces of their pasts glowed black, a darkness that grew deeper with each cry of loss. Soon, before they fell, the dark had spread to all within, not just surrounding, but a part of the rain, infusing it with dismal energy, and fusing it all into a single, black and solid beam of pure despair, which then fell onto me. Left square bracket on a corpse-able site, holding cell 2087. In front of Sable was a man. He looked no more than mortal, no fangs, or scales, or claws to characterize him as the monster that he was. Just a man. An old one, too, huddled against a corner in the manner of a mouse, and crying. The tears flowed through the natural channels provided with wrinkles on his face, dripping past the long white sideburns, down on almost non-existent neck, and continuing their passage down his chest, where even more of the aged creases could be found. He was obese, but not so large that his stretched and aged skin couldn't hang and fold over his rolls of fat. Daimonji looked up, showing a face bursting with fear and resentment. "You've come for me at last," he sobbed, directing the statement not at Sable, but at Sukun. She nodded. I hoped that you'd remember, that you'd. Oh, what's the use? You've grown different. You've changed. I never change, Daimonji. Less than she is stone, as I should be greater than. Oh, but you have. The voice was a tremulous baritone, but had a power all its own. You are now less like the girl I knew, and low, and licked, and more like Kaiufu. Flattery will not help you now. What flattery? That man was cruel, and did anything toward his goals. As well he did. Very effective. He grunted. I suppose it was effective. But what's the use in getting rid of him, eh? Are you that afraid of the past? That vengeful? Was I that cruel? that savage that when given the slightest opportunity, you would do this. He held up his hands, bound in iron manacles. You know what you had done. The two looked at each other fixedly, eye to goggle. At length Chashika spoke. I know what I had not done. Your inaction was voluntary. You could have complied. Complied is a rather clinical term for it, wouldn't you say? ? Silence. You will not forgive me. Forgiveness? She glanced at Sable. You are beyond forgiveness. Traitor. The man had obviously been trying to restrain himself, probably thinking that his only way out lay in intelligent conversation. His shield broke, and the tears once more gushed forth. "Suk-chan," he pleaded, trying to embrace the executress. "Don't." A slap crossed his left cheek, drawing blood. "Don't ever call me that, Daimonji. You were." He rubbed his cheek and breathed with difficulty. The rasping of his lungs, and the distortion caused by the phlegm in his aged throat added to the effect of his sob-filled words. "You were not always so reluctant to have me say that name. Things change. You do not, or so you said." Sable had been still. He knew better than to interfere, and he had his own internal battles to fight, which the present situation only intensified. Sukun, showing emotion openly. Chashiku, calling her Suk-chan. The dust he'd thought long gone began to gather, threatening to coalesce, and form anew the wicks of doubt. Let them clear your mind. Greater than the particles swirled, a mental whirlwind. Let them clear your greater than. Now, Sable. A command. He began to walk, then hesitated. "Chashiku, I'm." Daimonji glanced at him, then turned his head away. "Do what Sakuin thinks is right," he muttered. "Finish him, and we'll be done." Sable did not know the electrician's crime, and relied only on Senkuji's assertions. Could he perform an execution, his first, on such a foundation? The boy thought, then straightened. "Executress? Left square bracket nowhere, no time." With a deafening roar, the projectile cataracts onto my frame. To depress ion bathes me, falling in coils, slipping around me, and finally finding a foothold in my pores. From there, it infiltrates my body, racing through the circulatory system, to the heart, the lungs, my glands. I feel it. Their emotions, their sadness, burns throughout my whole. Oh, it comes from outside. It's internalized, processed into a crisp, sharp fire. Thought leaps outwards, racing through my veins. The assimilated pain pours out in roiling streams that join into waves at the surface. Where they touch my clothes, the material is dissolved. It turns into a gray dust which sprinkles to the floor. This dust, this remnant of the last barrier that I had used to hide myself, does not seem to trouble the spirits, or their eyes. In fact, the powder allows them to see me, for the first time. It wafts past them, and they blink, and turn, and jab their fingers at me, noticing a newcomer amidst them. At last I had descended to their plane. I've lost myself among the dead. Less than not quite dot greater than I see the fear. I am not natural, not of their nature. But, no matter how strange my liveliness may be to them, or my solidity, I am relieved to see they recognize me as a friend. Through eyes half closed and watery, and swollen red with pain, you look up at them. Yes, up. No longer am I in their sky, above their ground, the graceful spinning angel. I am crouched naked on the ground, bathed in a grimy, slimy, oily filth of sweat and hurting like I didn't know I could before. They see, they care, they know me for what lies within. My body's bare, but that's not what their gaze admits. They see inside and find what makes me separate from all the other masses of protein on the earth. They also see that I am wounded, and they try to help. They cannot lay aside their own concerns. They've lost too much for that, but they make room in their collective consciousness for a smidgen of charity. I see it in their eyes, as a glimmer, a faint glint as they continue spinning around me. A sudden pain, sharp and to my lower abdomen, my stomach. I left square bracket on a corpse-able site, holding cell 2087. Sable's stomach lurched, the lower folds of his intestine flipping off for themselves, churning and causing ripples to rise through his esophagus up to his throat. Less than this, greater than he thought. Less than is what it must feel like to be sick. Greater than he never known such a sensation. He had lived in a sterile world, always free from bacteria, and pre-supplied with all the antibodies he would need to fight any which he was ever likely to encounter. As his heart beat against his chest, it seemed to spread somewhat, and send chills from his sternum, outward along his ribs. "You will what, Sable?" asked Sukun. Less than I must greater than the boy took a step forward. When he heard the crunch of a boot on gravel, Chashika turned to face him. His face had the look of a deer standing before an armed hunter. Sable swallowed and wet his lips. His mouth was dry, but his brow was covered in sweat. He saw Sukun from the corner of his eyes. She trembled. Rage, fear, either one would be just as remarkable in the normally and shaky bleak cicatrice. She closed and opened her fists in frustration, perhaps, keeping her eyes focused on Sable. When she saw his resolution about to fail, the bow sunk as he reached into a pouch hidden beneath her outer garb and removed a single item, holding it aloft so all could see. It was a spatula. A single, metal, throwing spatula. Less than my mother's single quotes. Greater than all other thoughts were banished from his consciousness by virtue of the cooking implement. They were instead replaced by an overwhelming sense of shame, to be removed only by completion of his task. Kwanji Yukai had gone mad because she had allowed herself to be weak. He would not make the same mistake. He would not fail this test. Sukun placed the spatula in his waiting hand, and he in turn slipped it in between his belt and shirt. It had served its purpose. It had strengthened his resolution. He would not allow it to do more. The boy refused to rely on an instrument to do his work. That was the way of a coward. Besides which, Sable himself was a tool, or so he had been and the underscore weapon underscore. The time had come to prove it. He took Chashaku's chin with his left hand, being careful to finger the throat so that he could not use his vocal cords. Sukuen noticed this, and nodded her approval. Last words from the condom would only be an inconvenient distraction. Daimonji struggled, but in vain. Southeast-1B-Y-L single quote strength was more than enough to both lift him off the ground heavy though he was and absorb the impact of his flailing arms. Less than greater than Sable closed his eyes and launched a punch with his right fist. There was no scream to hear. Left square bracket nowhere. No time a scream bursts from my deepest regions, coming unbidden and refusing to leave, once out, echoing instead to postpone its dissipation. The sound stops them at last, and they stand in a circle, jaws agape. Lost. They moan collectively. Less than lost ? Greater than a tearing. A gashing in my lower body. There's strains, and snaps off nothing material, of nothing concrete, but when they're broken, I feel lighter, but laden, like a diver undersea, whose density is less than that of the water which bears down upon her. Left square bracket on a corpseable site. Holding cell 2087, his hand was covered in pulpy meshes of red, green and yellow wet slimy excrescences that dripped down his sleeve. They were the same colors as the lights that had troubled him earlier, but they did not shine. Far from it, they were dull in color, though one or another surface might reflect a bit of light. It was hard, thought Sable, to believe that moments ago, these pieces, fragments, no, they were not even that. It was hard to believe that these blobs had been part of a human, of a man that he had known. Yet, the proof stood undeniable before him. He could not fight the evidence of his senses. Apart from feeling the warm ooze upon his skin, and seeing the bloodstains black on his blue shirt, he could smell it. Death, or has been life. A musty, salty smell thought went through his nostrils down to his mouth, where it became a steamy taste. The sensations conjured images of a meat market by the seaside, during a hot summer's day. He also heard it. If only to reassure himself, he had reached down to the body and pulled up a handful of the remnants, squishing them the mass between his fingers. As it trickled through them, it emitted a contented gurgle, a baby-like sound, coming from what had been the head of an old man. There was humor in that, but somehow he didn't feel like laughing. This had been Chashaku, and now was not. Simple. He had caused the change himself. Less than with help. Greater than Sukuen had spent her time staring at the corpse, never moving her eyes from the pulp that lay above the neck, the soup that now replaced the head. Apart from that, the anatomy had been left intact. She moved shards of cranial bone around with her foot. The fragments were many, and small. Daimonji's frail, arthritic skeleton had easily cracked, splintering and sending gruesome shrapnel to parts of the cell. He was dead. The traitor had been killed. His duty was fulfilled. Gosankuji smoothed her front, then looked at him. He thought he could see traces of tears on the underside of her goggles. "Executress?" he asked. "You act as aid." Executioner Sable. Double quote left square bracket nowhere. No time. Some things left. What? I do not know precisely, but it was the final link that held me to the lens's world of iron, glass and newness. Now I am of them. The pain which pounds and beats through all of me only reminds me of that. It starts from the center, then pulses towards my heart, which suffers, continues painfully down through my thighs to my legs, then again up to my brain, where it hits with the force of a dozen hammers. This is my lot, now, the badge of the world to which I've drawn myself. The world of these shades whom I sought to help, the memory, the past, regret, and loss of opportunity to do that which fate cut off. Now, they try to save me, but find themselves powerless to do a thing. A few reach towards and through me. I feel them as a breeze, a slight refreshing touch, but nothing more. Once it's gone, in its absence the fire seems stronger than before. Like Dickens' ghosts they moan and wail at their own inability to do comma, and I stay crying, for myself and them. They turn away. My friends, one by one, each form stops movement, nods, and pivots to face outward. When all the circle's done, they walk away. But not too far. The two halves form themselves into a set of rows that mark us forward, settling finally into less than a corridor ? Greater than a hallway built of souls, a passage to what end? I look, to see if one of them will tell me what the meaning of this is. None does. They just smile, and point toward the end of their passage. There must be something there, I reason. They must have found something to help me. Less than, and once I am healed, I can help them. Greater than bearing the pain as best I can. I stand. My steps are slow, but they come in their time. I trudged past dozens of my former classmates, till there are no more yet to pass, and see what they have led me to. Left square bracket on a corpse Sable site 2087, where are we headed? Sable asked, as he walked down yet another stone corridor with Sakun. Halt. Executress. To my room, then out. I have some things to collect. You have a past. We have no further need of the testing center, and considering the current situation, it is best if we leave quickly. And the body? They proceeded for a few steps in silence. It will be destroyed when the charges detonate tomorrow afternoon. Double quote pronounced the Gosankuji. Destroyed, or buried in rubble. We need not concern ourselves with sanitation. A funeral was out of the question, naturally. One did not render such honors to traitors. Understood. At length, they arrived before a white door set into the granite comma with only a brass nameplate reading Gosankuji Sakuen to distinguish it from all the others in the bunker. The executress pressed her palm against the scanner beside it and hastily stepped through the opening doorway, beckoning Sable to follow. The inside of her room was as expected. The walls were bare of anything, including paint. Only the natural color of the rock showed. There was no window, only a simple bed, a small desk, a computer and some climate control equipment, and 2 closets. One was standard issue whitewashed plywood. The other was an advanced container. It was made mostly of plastic combo with metal supports, and it had a hermetic sealing around the edges of the door. For a lock, it had a complicated-looking mechanical device bulging from its front, to which was attached a thumbprint scanner. Sable raised a questioning eyebrow. Left square bracket nowhere. No time. A glass case in front of me reflects my haggard face. My black hair is matted down with oil, and my skin is a pale red, seemingly burnt from the exertions. This, I ask, is this what I must use? The case's front reflects only myself. What it hides, I cannot guess. Heads move up and down, giving the impression of a grisly field of some strange grain, waving in the wind while it waits to be harvested. Less than I take it, that's a yes. Greater than left square bracket on a corpsable site. Sukuin's room 2087. Sukuin merely pointed at the scanner. Only you can open it, she said. Less than then. It must have been prepared. Greater than something had been kept for him. And it had also been kept from him. Why? What is it, executress? The goggles grinned. Think of it as a graduation present. Not wishing to delay, Sable placed his thumb against the smooth green glow of the lock panel. Left square bracket nowhere. No time. The crystal shatters when I punch it. Shards fly out, some cutting main places, drawing blood. The others travel through the spirits. From their great forms, they take no red. Only my own organic, solid flesh is damaged. I scarcely feel the pinpricks. The other wounds have made me numb. Now that its shield is gone, what's inside? Less than a suit. Greater than left square bracket on a corpsable site. Sukuin's room 2087. An outfit, mounted on a wireframe mannequin. First to be noticed was the blue boy's uniform, much like his own though several sizes too large. It was well kept for, and ironed, unsmelled like all the inside of the container of preservative gases and disinfectants. Across the chest, from left to right, a leather bandolier housed had metal throwing spatulas in narrow cartridges. Sable fingered the one that now pressed against his thigh. He was speechless, too odd to vocalize his thoughts as his mind went over the fine formatting on which his eyes conveyed. He'd seen this before, he'd dreamed of it, and if it was that which he thought, there should be. There. In the background, the closet and the room were only dimly lit, but now his eyes were fully adjusted to the half-light, and he found what he was looking for. Behind it all, a monumental combat spatula peeked out, with yellowing linen wrapped around the handle just below its ring-shaped pommel. Less than my mother's single quote s. Greater than left square bracket nowhere. No time. A transparent plastic radiation suit. Less than radiation. But greater than the spirits around me on, waving their arms wildly. I touch a sleeve on the thing. My hand is relieved. The pain speeds away. Its natural flame vanished by the cold, inorganic substance. I tell myself that it's not right, that this is of the world off Jean's eyes, and his lens. The pain hurts, but it's from their world. Here doubt the past. Too much. I cannot bear it. I must choose. I can stay, or leave, but not both. And, if I stay, the torment will become too great, and I'll succumb. If I remain, it won't be to help them, but as one of their own. Less than I must doubt, greater than I snatch the sterile package reluctantly, unfold it and slip it over me naked frame. Left square bracket on a corpseable site. Sukuin's room 2087. The bandolier feels heavy as I slip it over my neck and onto my cloth shirt. It carries with it far more than the weight of a few cooking utensils. It brings with it new responsibilities, new promises. I'd always known it was my fate to cleanse the Kwanji name, to bring it into the forefront as a model for all warriors. And these garments are the symbol of that vowed commitment. The weighty combat spatula is next to be picked up. I leave the clothes themselves to be folded, and taken on our exit. I've yet to grow into them, after all. My killing hands run along the cold, hard, polished surface. The feeling, the sensation brings me closer to my mother, closer to Sukuin, and closer to the stone soldier which I must always strive to be. Left square bracket nowhere, no time, little more than a plastic bag. It unfolds and wrinkles, all transparent. What use is it as a covering? It hides nothing. All it does is block out my friends, making their cries unhearable, and blunting the edge of their sorrow. Also, it brings me to the notice of less than he single quote has found me. Greater than I can feel him on me once again, know that he is watching me, out of that metal eye. Less than still invisible. Greater than less than no sight of it. Greater than watching. Less than no. Greater than perhaps. Perhaps not yet. I'm safe so long as I am physically within this world. Less than I can hide! Exclamation point. Greater than you cannot. Greater than the walls crumble. What I'd thought to be indented black, once outside lights leaden, is shown to be my school. Fissures appear, revealing chalkboards, desks, and plastic tile, all scorched, all burned, all bathed in a filthy, grimy light of bluish white. His favorite light. The sterile light. He's coming. I must run. But I can't leave them here. Less than where? Question mark. Greater than from you. Greater than more holes appear, letting in more of the rays. As a beam hits one of the shades, it disappears. No puff of smoke, no ash, no farewell gesture, just a simple there, not there. Wherever I look, another crack grows. I try to stop them, move, and attempt to shelter them with my arms, but with no effect. The spirits look at me, and beyond, then quake, and in a second, they are gone. This happens many times, to everyone and everything. And then, I realize, it's me. I am Medusa in reverse. Those things I look at, pt3c, loses what solidity it has, and simply vanishes. What have I done? What have I become? Less than you have become me. Greater than island. Is John's eyes taint so strong that I can't? I raise my hands in front of me. These hands that only killed, they could eliminate when they had tried to protect, and heal, and save. Then wonder whether I myself am proof against my curse. Left square bracket on Corp headquarters, Tokyo 2087, report, Kuliku. Less than the radiation must still be high, greater than thought Ono, as he squinted at the image on the view screen. Interference caused by the alpha particles made it difficult to make out anything but a blurry outline of the doctor's radiation suit. Thankfully, the sound transmission seemed unhampered save for a slight crackle. The drones found life. Chirotary, that was interesting. He looked back at Hokoriko, who shrugged in her seat. After 8 hours, everyone should be dead. If there were many people still living and available as witnesses, it might poke holes in their cover story. Perhaps it'd be better to leave them there. How many, Keiko? The figure on screen moved, but only a crackle answered him. Could you repeat that? One. That wasn't too bad. All the easier to. Better check who it was, lest he regretted afterwards. Identified? Hi. A pause. Well, schoolgirl, late teens, Jansen children. Less than a Jansen ? Exclamation point. Greater than Hokoriko started as she heard the name, and stood behind him to watch the rest of the conversation. Send. Bring her to Tokyo, at once. Sire, there's little chance she'll survive, even with the best insurance. We'll treat her at Suzuki Memorial ourselves, with Corp funds. Sire? Hokoriko put her hand on his shoulder. We can't risk the life of a Jansen. That's all. As you wish, sire. The fuzzy image bowed once before the screen went dark. It's. The director took his wife's hands in his own, holding them as he would lifesavers. One girl. Not a problem, is it? Tanaro? He shut his eyes and clenched his teeth. Blast it. If Okasama finds out there was a Jansen at the site, she'll understand. You were doing it for the project. For the Sable program, not Project R. She's been against it from the start. Hokoriko. She stroked his hair as he bit his lower lip and shook his head. By all rights, my name should be Jansen, but the Nodu. Then Ileamorike went on that expedition. She remarried to that Shinozuke, but she never got over him. Her first husband. What if she dies? The children girl? What if she won't? A cold, female voice from elsewhere in the room. I'll take care of her myself. As Tanaro looked closer, a familiar figure stepped into the light from the corner in which she had been concealed. Sukun. The word left a bitter taste in his mouth. He shouldn't be surprised, really. The Holgo Sankuji line had an uncanny knack for hiding in shadow. How long have you been here? Long enough. You shouldn't worry about Jansen. With our cloning therapies, there should be nothing to worry about except some minor trauma. That is, assuming that she's out of Shirogari within Thehor. She will be. And, assuming that I'll be given unlimited access to all Phonocorp's facilities. Anything. Just make sure she's better, before Belladonna finds out. Of course. Hokoriko hadn't let go of her husband's hand, and with each passing second, her grip was tightening. Tanaro was glad he couldn't see her face. The visage of an angry musk was not one easily forgotten. You _dare_, she hissed, come here, asterisk and bidden asterisk, after what? The executress held up a plastic card. I have a key, and the scanners are programmed to accept my voice, hand and retinal prints. The musk woman glared at the director. He shrugged. Well, she comes here so often, and it was useless to try to explain. We'll talk about this later, Tanaro. For now. She turned to Sakun, and flipped her dagger out of its sheath. Go, before I forge it in no longer on Tajankyo. I see you two have a lot to settle, so I'll let you be. Just like her, to make it seem like leaving had been her idea. Before she left. What about Sable? He passed. Silence. Southeast-1B-Y-L is in his quarters. I thought it best not to bring him. Tanaro nodded his approval, and she continued. I have to visit my brother and take care of his girl child for the day. I'll check in on your children while I do so. Be sure to have an SMH by 9 at the latest. That said, she turned and left. Left square bracket Susuk Memorial Hospital 2087. Sakun nodded as the doctor continued his explanation. So far, the news was good. First of all, they'd run a biosearch on her, which had turned out better than they could have hoped for. No close relatives, not in Japan, at least. Less than except for Tanaro, and he won't admit it. Greater than she was being financed by a distant cousin somewhere in Africa. That made a lot of things much easier. Her physical condition was also promising. The girl would be barren, that much was to be expected. But there was no significant corruption of nerve cells, and though the damaged tofi muscle tissue was extensive, thanks to Director Ono's generous offer. I take it Jansen has samples in the tissue bank? She asked. Hi, Gosankuji-san. Good. It shouldn't be a problem to heal _that_ via cloning therapy. Now, the most important question. How about her brain? Minimal damage. 1%, at the most, and that is partial hotel neural destruction whatsoever. Even better news. The brain cannot be cloned. That was the first rule every geneticist learned. So long that was fine. I am pleased to hear that, Isha. Her consciousness is unstable, however. She drifts in and out, and her nurses report that even when awake. Sakun started. Nurses? You were told to keep the patient secret. I assure you, All our staff can be relied on to. How many have seen her? Apart from the doctors you've selected? 2. Keep it at that. For as long as treatment continues, keep a watch on those nurses, and threaten them with severance if they say a word about their patient. Remove all other duties from them, if need be. She's only a schoolgirl, goes Sankuji-san. You heard what I said. Must I call the director of Onocorp and have him confirm my instructions? She reached for her portaphone and watched Edwig's satisfaction as he paled. That won't be necessary. We'll keep it under wraps. One more thing. Yes? When the girl awakens, do not let her know who is paying her medical fees. What shall we tell her, then? That was a good question. In this case, silence was almost as bad as the truth. Lumbertag left a large amount of money behind for charitable purposes. Most of it was being diverted to Onocorp, so it shouldn't be too much trouble to set something up. Tell her that A. Janssen Trust is financing her recovery. The single quote. Recently found out of her existence, and will pay for her basic expenses from now on. There. That should satisfy Belladonna's protectiveness of members of that family, and eliminate many possible sources of inquiry. Her first husband had been quite the eccentric, after all. It was entirely plausible that he'd have set up a trust fund for destitute relatives. Less than deity knows you did ... Greater than that last was the butt of every financial joke. A multi-billion Kunyu fund, earning enough interest each day to finance a small army, which could be touched by no one, simply because there were no more Kunyus to claim it. The doctor raised an eyebrow. Trust me, she assured him. It exists. Less than or it will. Once I get to the lawyer's greater than it shouldn't be too hard to fabricate a past for it. Will that be all? Executress, you may go. Mind my instructions this time. Of course. With that, he bowed and went on his rounds. Sukuin seldom ad-libbed, but in this case, her spur-of-the-moment had provided the perfect solution to her problems. Simple, a swell, and relatively cheap. With Lumbert's fortune earning interest daily, one woman's costs of living would be nothing but a drop from the bucket. For some reason, it also eased her conscience somewhat. Not that she was guilty of anything, of course. Now, to find those lawyers. Scaride, it's time to go. Nothing. Sukuin looked around her, without success. Less than she must have left while I was talking ... Greater than truly it was Sankuji. She hadn't even noticed. Not a problem. With that squirrel of hers on her shoulder, chess shouldn't prove too difficult to find. Asterisk 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 Scaride ran after her pet squirrel, darting past surprised orderlies, jumping over bedpans and crawling under cots. It seemed she ended up doing this every time she took her out. Honestly, that animal. The dark brown squirrel snuck into one of the patient rooms. Checking to make sure no one saw her, Scaride followed through the door marked private. then stopped. The room held a single patient, on a bed. Or, rather, a single body. As she looked at it, the face on it seemed to change, to morph in between that of an older girl, with short black hair, and an old man with a mechanical eye. The young Gosankuji stood still, trying to decide what to do. Something very bad here. Something wasn't right. Less than no kidding, scaried, greater than she chided herself. Less than two people in one body isn't your healthy, normal everyday occurrence. Greater than she'd seen some things that came close to this, with the collective, but this was evil. Thankfully, whatever it was unconscious. She could just grab Anika and leave. Or so she thought. Before she could do anything, the squirrel climbed up the bedpost and settled itself on the patient's chest. Less than deity greater than Pt3c would be missing her soon, and if she found her in that private room she shouldn't be in, it'd be trouble. It'd be even worse for Anika if the animal were found there alone. Maybe even lethal. Scaride bit her lip, tried to ignore the nausea that she'd begun to feel, and started towards the cot. Chances were, after all, that this wasn't real. Didn't she always see things other people didn't? Less than just my mind acting up again. Nothing but that greater than she took a few stealthy steps, making them quiet as only a Gosankuji could, and launched her hand at the squirrel. The body intercepted it. It raised its right forearm mechanically and gripped her wrist. She pulled and tugged, but it wouldn't let her go. The face turned to her. It was the old man, growing into the girl with that eye. "What have we here?" it asked. Tinny, the voice was, and distant as if from a ventriloquist, or if it were speaking with a borrowed tongue. Less than is it ? Greater than with two faces in one cell. Maybe one of them did not belong. Then, it hit her. It had taken longer, this time, but she felt it whenever she came in contact with someone, whenever she touched them, she DCA. A kind of halo surrounding them, and she could sometimes tell things from it. Usually, it was instantaneous. But this one had taken a while, and she thought she saw why. It was unstable, but flickered in between a canary yellow tinted with red streaks, and an awful, putrid aura, made of slimy greens and purples, browns and yellows of decomposition. The first was friendly, comforting, and feminine. Warm, but shaken and confused. The second was corrupt, full of perversion like she'd never felt before. And male. Definitely. This one did not belong. It had taken over the other, and she had better rid herself of its grip before it did the same to her. "Let me go," she shouted. "Not quite yet. Oh, so young, you are." The left hand tried to brush her hair. She batted it away. "Feisty, too. Yes, I think he like you." With a quick maneuver, he, or she, or whatever it was, managed to take both her wrists in one hand, and began to use the other to stroke her hair, feel her face, and more. Panic built up inside, filling her like firewood a haystack. It grew inside of her as the monster continued its inspection, building up, until she finally found a way to let it out, a way she'd learned, but never thought she'd use this way. A lilac glow built up around her, pulsing along with her heart. The cyborg's face seemed not to notice, focusing instead on other things. Less than so much the better. Greater than the aura built itself into a casing of spiritual energy, which Cher focused, sending all of it to the space in between her cupped hands, and turning it into a bubble, which soon detached. Before her, the man blinked, then opened his mouth in soundless horror as he realized what was to come. Scaride grinned, now, as she directed the sphere over the patient's body, expanding it to fit the hole, then lowering it, and compacting it. The unwelcome spirit tried to scream, but his shouts could not pierce the purple barrier. The bubble grew smaller, tinier, going past the skin, filtering out that morbid, evil essence, and separating it from that which she gathered to be the rightful occupant of the body. Resistance grew, but faded quickly as she forced herself to concentrate, and keep up her object's strength. Already, the man's face ceased to show itself. The arms had relaxed, and all that visually lay before her was an unconscious young woman in a hospital gown with a panic-frozen squirrel on her chest. Less than almost there. Greater than sweat trickled down her brow as her bubble continued to shrink, continued the elimination. At last, right beneath the physical heart of the patient, it reached a subatomic size, and finally left square bracket children single quotes bedroom, University of Tokyo, 2093 disappeared. Children woke up with a start, and was mildly surprised once her eyes cleared to find herself back in her university room, back with something wrong, Childra. Shannon, her companion, now stretched out groggily, roused from her slumber, and reached out to ruffle Jansen's hair. And no, just a dream. She shook her head. It's single quotes. Gone now. Glad to hear it. It'd be awful to spoil a lovely evening like the one we had with a nightmare. She smiled, and Childra giggled. The single quote had fun, yes. And all she had dreamt, all those things, were in the past. This was 2093, and she was safe, in her room. No Jean-Side here Scaride had sent him deity knows where. And no Shirotary, either. Only Jeannen's warm olive skin against her own milky white one. Only the sheets above them both. Only her head on Childra's shoulder. Jansen took the woman's head in her hands, looking into her face. You have such lovely green eyes. No prettier than your brown ones, answered the hibiki, returning the compliment with a caress. Jansen let herself melt into Xanon's embrace, glad for its feel of solidity. No more spirits to torment her, no more ghosts, no more. Asterisk it single quotes past 6. Children. Asterisk she turned her head to see Akane, hands over eyes, and glowing pink. Asterisk I'm sorry. I didn't know asterisk she mouthed and it's okay, and a smile. Asterisk you told me to get you up by 6 for your jump, and asterisk still covering her eyes with her right hand. She used her other to point at a clock. 6:30 m. Less than deity. I'd better run greater than 7 HMM. Childra disengaged herself. It's nearly time for the jump. I have to go. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. The Hibiki's face assumed a serious expression. Being head of the A department does have its privileges. If you don't want to go, I could always find an hour before the event. Don't be silly. What's wrong? Last question mark getting cold feet. Another grin. After last night, Kai-chan, I doubt I'll be having cold anything for a while. Children smiled, dreamily, then burst into a giggle as she saw her ghost friend Zora go a few shades deeper into the red and off spectrum. I know it sounds silly, but it's just not safe, and I'm worried about you. 20 minutes in Victorian England? What could be safer? At the very worst, I'll be accosted. Less than a hyphen o greater than she'd phrased that as a joke, but she'd forgotten a little something about her superior. Less than here it comes greater than Salmon shuddered. There's a fate worse than death. I wouldn't put it past them either. For those lecherous men, a quarter of an hour's all they need to arg. I don't know how most women stand them. Children nodded in nervous agreement and looked at Akane out of the corner of her eye. She, for once, was having a ball. Asterisk you mean she doesn't know question mark asterisk Jansen shook her head slightly. Asterisk all those nights you spend with, and she doesn't. And she thinks children. How could you question mark exclamation point question mark asterisk she expected a key mallet to flatten her for insensitivity any moment now, but it never came. Instead, the ghost burst into laughter. She couldn't decide which was worse. She's have to tell Xanon someday, but that was in the future. Less than hopefully, the far future greater than the Hibiki side. You're right. I'm being silly. It's not like you're my nephew, or anything, and are in danger of getting lost if I take my eye off you for a second. She slapped her on the side. Go get dressed. A pause, then a link. I'll help with the bustle. Children slipped out of the bed. No need, she replied. They're keeping the garb for me at a double quote. Jansen dropped the bed sheet that had been covering her and searched the ground for the clothing they'd scattered there the night before. I'll just go in my work outfit. Are these yours, or mine? She held up a pair of pink lace panties, eliciting a stronger glow from Akane. Yours, I think. Right. The ghost turned to leave, but she motioned her not to. You're too uptight, she whispered. It'll do good to stay. Asterisk asterisk good. You're starting to get the picture. Asterisk asterisk once found, she put on her undergarments, along with the other essential items: khaki trousers, white socks, hiking boots, and a lovely shirt reading Libens, Bullens, Blotens. Then there was. She looked over her hardware, deciding what to take. The bow and backpack were tempting, and she reached for them. No weapons, Kai-chan, the head of her department, reminded her. Children nodded, and reluctantly drew back her hand. Almost automatically, she slipped on her worn leather bandolier, checking its cartridges to make sure all her supplies were there. It was doubtful they'd let her take them, but after years of habit it would take more mental effort not to do it than to perform the scan. Her university jacket went over that, and she was done at last. Children-wise felt undressed until she had those two items on. Less than not that's a bad feeling. Greater than. So she stood before her mirror, brushing her hair. How do we look? Lovely, as always. Asterisk, you look fine. Children. Asterisk, she set the brush down. Then I guess it's time to go. Yes. Shannon rose from the bed, wearing the bed sheet like a toga. But before you go. She walked to Children and wrapped her arms around the historian's neck, the pressure between the two women being the only thing keeping the coffer from dropping to the floor. As they broke into what promised to be a long and tender kiss, Akane shook her head, sighed, and stepped out through the wall into the main corridor. She was right. Minutes passed before they disengaged, and Children walked out the door, leaving her superior clutching a blanket to her bosom, and looking at an empty doorway with tear-filled eyes. NGISIONETILOGUA : greater than from the Strand magazine, late 19th/early 20th century, in the Japanese National Library. MS number sign GBE 10642. Partial page. Damaged. Missing top and bottom. Since the death of my dear friend Sherlock Holmes, the responsibility has fallen upon me several times to clear his name in certain matters which were in his lifetime left undiscussed for the sake of national security, or of giving him credit in those cases which were thought best kept out of the public. At the time. However, time heals all wounds, and the perpetrators and victims of the crimes portrayed are long since dead or murdered, and so I once more try my hand at the chronicler's task, and reach into that famous safe box at our bank near Covent Garden, pulling out the notes of one such case. The time has come, dear readers, when I may safely reveal the strange and wonderful circumstances surrounding the adventure of the giant rat of Sumatra. Christopher Wilmore credits : thanks to Rogue One for miscellaneous, read, copious, ideas, unspecifically that of Akane walking in on Children and Shannon. Credit goes to Kevin E. for pointing out that John size. Tag to digest like the students, and for suggesting that Children be possessed by a spirit. Truth to tell, Rogue One has also been bugging me for a while for a possess I unseen. Hope this one satisfies him. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent right parenthesis RPM came up with scarides. Unusual way of exorcising spirits. Kunoi. I suggested Chashiku's name, but she has nothing whatsoever to do with his physical appearance or eventual demise. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. Ross Mackenzie invented the term exploratory history single quote. Aaron Mills was the one who suggested Sable to me in the first place. Lloyd Nat Games Mux dreamed up the concept of someone using nails to perform a modified Bakusai Tenketsu while we spoke at Otakon. Many thanks Torp for allowing me to use a variation of the idea he came up with for the More Things Change in my own series. The spinning electric chair was suggested by Abercrombie, though I might not remember it. There were a lot of things going on in his room that night. Right parenthesis and finally American Airlines Advance Reservation System is responsible for coming up with Sable's name and serial number. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent Wilmore at mail.vid.net. Christopher Wilmore / ___________________ vertical line / 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 // underscore / vertical line / vertical line underscore / vertical line underscore / vertical line 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 underscore / vertical line 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 underscore / vertical line 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 vertical line / vertical line underscore / vertical line 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 vertical line / vertical line / vertical line underscore vertical line 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 underscore slash vertical line 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 slash vertical line vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash written by Christopher Radico Wilmore backslash 4cw6 at clink dot queenshoe dot backslash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and developed by C. Michael Schumacher Kansu Schumacher at one.snet.com backslash art 2096 page http://clink dot queenshoe dot tilde 4cw6 backslash left parenthesis logo armakuni == a winner's tale == acknowledgements. I would like to thank Charles K. Hurst, Chris Davies and Wayne Pillion for their extensive, helpful and accurate CNC. Marissa Price for her moral support and enthusiasm. Mike Hughes for his input and fantastic illustrations, and the rest of the Ranma 2096 milliliters for letting me stuff their mailboxes with unfinished products. Note, to avoid spoilers, full acknowledgements for specific scenes, quotes, plot twists, etc. will be given at the end of the story. Double quote. I wear the chains I forged in life. I made them. Link by link. Charles Dickens. A Christmas Carol. Double quote. Full fathom 5. My father lies. But his bones are coral made. Those are the pearls that were his eyes. Nothing is him that doth fade but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. William Shakespeare, The Tempest, Act I Scene 2 Tokyo. The Kunyu Foundation, December 14, 2095. Friday. Nabiki Tendo awoke, or so she thought. The world around her half-closed eyes was puzzling, a swirling eddy of blurred and unfamiliar images, in which she floated stationarily. She tried to turn, to gather more of where she was, but none of her limbs would recognize her mind's authority. Even her eyelids would not wander from their current state, but chose instead to stay ajar, and taunt her with the fragments of that she would tag whole. Sire, the subject is awake. Already? Very well. Sedate her, and then prep her for interrogation. As usual, sire. Sounds. Voices. She couldn't be sure. What had happened? How had she come to? Where? Nabiki strained herself, and tried to think, and to remember. In this, at least, she did not fail. Recall Nabiki did, and wished that she had not. Less than deity greater than, she thought. Less than not this greater than. Before a tear could form, the chemicals took hold, and the subject once again lapsed into darkness. You've checked the brain? Aye, sire. Enough of the original so that we may say this is the Nebiki Tendo. Over 95%, sire, and none of the lost areas are in the mnemonic regions. Good. How are her muscles? She hasn't moved in a few decades, after all. They're rather weak. I doubt she can use them without help. Not once we initialize the bionics. Oh, she should be fully operational. Perfect. Drain the tank, dress her, and have her in my office by 2100. Leave the damper zone. I want her revived only at the beginning of our interview. As usual, sire. With rehearsed motions, 3 men in identical white uniforms moved to the tank where the reconstructed body of Nebiki Tendo was floating in an electrolytic soup. One pressed a button, and the harness wrapped itself around her. A flip of a switch, and the fluid oozed out through a grate. Then, the tank's clear plastic walls came down, and the functionaries took the woman to the room where she'd be clothed. Tokyo, Kunyu Hall, December 15, 2095, Saturday, 5:32 p.m. Childra Jansen checked herself over once more in the washroom mirror. Her deep blonde hair had been put back in a bun, her eyelids were done in a faint purple, and the only lipstick she'd put on was a dull red. Apart from that, only a little blush dot over us all. The effect was rather proper. She hoped she'd done it right. This wasn't how she usually went out. She looked at the clothes. They should be somber enough. A prudish black dress covered her from neck to heels, and an equally dark cloak was off her shoulders to protect her from the cold. It would do. She always felt awkward doing this. Never mind that all her friends expected her at these events. Children always felt out of place, like a self-invited guest at a private party. Oh, well. No more time for whining. Someone was waiting for her, and it wouldn't be polite to delay her departure any longer. Smacking her lips together one last time to make sure the gloss held, she closed her cosmetics bag and opened the door into the hallway. King Thompson was there, reclining against a wall and poring over what looked like some dreadfully difficult mathematical work. Kim looked up from her studies as she noticed her neighbor's emergence. Going somewhere? She asked. Childra just smiled at her. Thompson smacked herself on the forehead. Silly me. Saturday night. Of course you're going out. Who is it this time? You don't know her. Kim blinked. Her? Childra? I never knew. Jansen sighed. I can do something other than a rendezvous with my knights, you know. Sorry. Childra grinned. But tomorrow night, it'll be that guy from archaeology. I knew it. Anyway, have fun. I will. With that, she stepped into her room to pick up her purse and drop off her makeup, then left for the main entrance to Kunyu Hall. Tokyo, The Kunyu Foundation, December 14, 2095, Friday at 20 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Nabiki was seated in a chair opposite the desk of the director of the Kunyu Foundation. A second later, she came back to consciousness. Nabiki Tendo. The voice was gruff, but cultured. Where am I? First, you will answer me. Your name? Tendo Nabiki. You just said it. Why? Good. Now, to answer your question, I am the director of the Kunyu Foundation, of whom you are a guest, at present. Kunyu Foundation? But, the director waved a hand to silence her. That's all you need to know, for now. But I still need to know a few more things. You've gone through some rather interesting experiences. I need to ascertain that all is well. Let's start with your memories. What do you last remember? Nabiki began to cry. The memories were painful, and the last ones. She had finished all of this, had she not? Then why? She started, and looked wide-eyed at the director. I killed myself. That's the last thing I remember. The man smiled. Not quite. You can't get away that easily, you know. I don't. Oh, but you do. We know all about your crime, Miss Tendo, and you do realize that if you are guilty, something of that magnitude demands the death penalty. Less than name too. But then, why wasn't she? It made no sense. Greater than H. But I thought I had destroyed myself. Why am I still alive? We couldn't let you get away that easily. The guilty must be punished. Granted, your little bomb made it a nightmare for our squad to put you back together, but we managed it. Another smile. Eventually. You mean, die? Clinically, yes. But we got to your brain before it had a chance to even begin to decompose. Well, we got to 95% of it, in any case. 95? I'm not understanding much of this. The other 5% has been replaced by microcomputers. Nabiki blinked. This was surreal. The director sighed. I suppose I'll have to spell it out for you. It's too bad, in a way. With your reputation for intelligence, I felt sure you would figure it out. Before Nabiki could protest, he continued. I am sure I had no reason to go over your crime. You know it well enough, and the consistency trial will be sure to extract all the gruesome details. I've been following your case for decades. Nab raised an eyebrow. Yes, decades. It's 2095. December 2095. The other eyebrow. Don't look so surprised. You think we could have brought you back with your own time's technology? Why bring me back? If I'm guilty, and the crime has a death penalty, why couldn't you just let me be? My dear Miss Tendo, smiled the director, we are not barbarians, who simply dole out merits and demerits according impersonal behavioral codes set down in a book. Our laws are now much more humane. Even in your time, I am sure, You would have heard of the consistency movement. Nabiki's face, already grim, sank even lower. Not that. Anything but that. Written rules she could deal with. She'd always gotten ahead in life by twisting, bending and reinterpreting the legal codes to suit her purposes. That was easy. They were generalizations, meant to cover many misdoings by many people, making it easy for a single person to weasel her way out of a single crime. But these were different. That is how we deal with criminals in 2095. You are only guilty of a crime if your actions violate your own behavioral ethic. Individual rules, tailored for and by the accused. There was nowhere to hide, no way to modify or capitalize on ambiguity when the rules were the ones that you had written in your heart. And right now, those rules screamed out her guilt. I am guilty. I am. Miss Tendo said softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. To establish that is beyond my jurisdiction. The consistency trial will deal with it. Even if you underscore guilty, we do not have set punishments. We use what you believe to be an appropriate reprisal. Now, far more than in Dickens's time, you wear the chains you forged in life. But I told you. I killed myself. She had inflicted her own punishment upon herself. An eye for an eye, that's what she'd always thought, and when the time came, that had been what she'd applied. I'll even tell you how I did it. We know all about the bomb, Miss Tendo. One cannot work on you for so many years and not know what it was that caused the trouble in the first place. Isn't it obvious? I knew what I'd done, and I knew that the only appropriate penalty was death. Why didn't you just let me be? It seems you would prefer to be stone cold right now, instead of facing me. A smile, and twinkle of his eyes. Oh, deity, yes. That much she couldn't deny. Anything was better than to have to face this again. Cripes. Even in her thoughts, she couldn't bring herself to think directly of it. Yes, death was certainly better than a living hell. Then, clearly, it is not half the punishment you are trying to convince me that it is. If you are guilty, Miss Tendo, you deserve to suffer, and suffer a lot. I will be frank, and tell you that I find you utterly despicable. Were you another person, with a different history, I would have long ago stopped the project short and left you dead. But, as the saying goes, death is too good for you. You will pay for what you did, Nabiki Tendo. And, what is more, you will be put through pain that only you yourself can contrive the likes of. Once that is done, I'll think well spent the years and funds that went into your reconstruction. The guilty will be punished. Halfway through the speech, Nabiki had lost whatever control she had, and it had become a sobbing, pulsing mass. Why do you hate me? She asked through salty lips. I know what he's done, and I hate myself for it. But why do this? Why take me from the grave, when I don't even know you? The director looked at his watch. Only 4 minutes before the trial. Very well, I will humor you. A pause. I am not only the director of the Kunyu Foundation. Nebiki arched an eyebrow. I am also Ono Tanaro, president of Ono Corp. Oh no. You are. Wide eyes from her, a nod from him. For having destroyed the life of Tendo Kasumi, you will pay Tokyo. Nirima Graveyard December 15, 2095 Saturday, 6:11 p.m. Akane sat on a bench and looked at the setting sun. Children should be here soon. She was looking forward to that. She still didn't know why she had asked her to come. It wasn't like anything was going to happen. Still, it made her feel better to have company tonight. It made her feel better to have company any night, but particularly on Phase 1. It was so frustrating to be able to wander around at leisure, see what happened to everything and everyone, but not be able to interact with it. She could rant, or laugh, or cry, or scream, and it would have less of an effect on those surrounding her than the falling of a leaf. Of course, there were the other spirits, but they were also melancholy. So was she, when she thought about it. It's a wonder children spent any time with her at all, the way she whined, and even more of one if that she usually came for at least an hour a day. Not only that, but she'd given her something of a home. She was always welcome to visit Jansen in her room, less than well, except, perhaps, on certain Saturday nights. Greater than and even encouraged to follow her around to all her lectures. She used to go to a lot more of those. They were nice. It was pleasant to hear all those stories from history. Unfortunately, she'd had to give up on quite a few of them when Gosankuji's ride showed up. Imagine having a descendant of Ikaru's actually being able to do magic that worked. That idea was enough to send chills down the spine of anyone who knew the original 5-inch. But the worst part was that she was dead set on putting ghosts to rest. Her current state might not be much, but it was certainly better than the nothingness she felt that heaven had in store for her, should she be exorcised. Exorcised. She'd never thought that she'd be frightened of the word. Things change. A lot. The sun had fallen to a mere sliver above the horizon, and red and orange hues of sunset were giving way to twilight's blue and purple haze, the darkness driving Akane back into reality from her meditations. She looked in front of her. Two collective tombs, Attendos and Sodoms, side by side. Somewhere under the memorial on the right, her own ashes were buried in a ceramic urn, while the Oni on the left. Oh, Ranma. She cried as fully as a ghost can cry, with luminous tears of pure vitaliscence replacing the salt water of the living. Started without me. A voice from behind her. A familiar one. Children? Who else, lass? Unless Nudkins showed up, I doubt anyone else would be addressing you. They smiled. Hi, said Akane. Thank you for coming. I wouldn't miss it, said Children softly. She pulled a white tube from under her cloak. What's that? Asked Akane. A memorial for you, on your death day. Children. Jansen took the top off the cardboard cylinder, and pulled out a single, perfect black rose. It's a Hampton clone. I thought that. Akane shuddered. What is it, girl? Is something wrong? The ghost smiled weakly. No. It's just, I've had bad experiences with black roses. I'm sorry. I had no idea. It's alright. I'm glad you thought of it. Really. Well, if you're sure it's alright, shall we? Children offered her arm. Just a minute, grinned Akane. I've got to change into something more appropriate. She closed her eyes and shimmered slightly, then her blue and yellow pastel dress turned into black mourning clothes, complete with veil. Now, she took Childer's arm very slowly, to make sure she didn't go through it, and the two walked carefully together to the Tendo monument. They knelt in front of the obelisk, and Jansen placed the rose in front of Akane's name. The sun finished setting, and the sky grew black. Tokyo, the Kunyu Foundation, December 14, 2095. Friday. Nebiki examined Director Ono. He had Dr. Tofu's eyes, now that she thought of it, and Kasumi's general features. She probably hadn't noticed it before because she had been too busy trying to make sense of these grandiloquent speeches. Being the director of the Kunyu Foundation seems to have taken its toll. They continued to look at each other, motionless and silent. The lack of conversation was not due to want of content, but rather, towards excess. How could she possibly explain to this man why she had acted as she did? How could she summarize and cram into some scant 4 minutes thoughts, debates, and judgments that had been swimming in her mind for what were relatively eons? How could she justify herself to him when she had not yet done that for herself? There were far too many questions for one answer to be made. A buzzer rang, and then a voice came from a hidden speaker. "Sire, the trial room is ready." "Excellent. We will be there shortly." He turned to Nebiki. "Get up, Miss Tendo, and follow me." Nebiki tried to stand, but couldn't. "My legs. Oh, dear. I'd quite forgotten. TSK. Such an oversight." He pressed a button on the desk. "Activate the bionics for Miss Tendo." "Aye, sire," came the reply. "Bionics? Come, now, you don't think we reconstructed you with organics, do you? We might have made a lot of progress in the last 70 years, but we still can't regenerate nerve tissue, and cloned eyes are ever so unreliable." "How much?" "The monetary figures would mean nothing to you, but let's just say you couldn't have afforded it even in your prime." Nebiki scowled. Would her reputation follow her even here? "I meant, how extensive are the replacements?" "I wouldn't worry about it. If all goes as planned, you won't be using them for long." "Less than I hope not, greater than," she said to herself. "Less than to live in a world where Kasumi is ... greater than." She put away the thought. She had already shown far too much weakness. The only thing left to do was confess, get this over with as quickly as possible, and go back to her eternal rest. If she was going to die a second time, It was going to be with dignity, not tears. But, to answer your question, the director smiled. As I've already mentioned, 5% of your brain has been replaced by microcomputers. Not to worry, it's mostly the primordial areas having to do with simple motions, habitual actions, and the like. Those were replaced quite routinely now, actually, thanks to the research we've done on you. You've been quite a boon to medical science, Miss Tendo. Double quote. Nebiki arched an eyebrow. Yes. I wouldn't expect a ruthless entrepreneur like yourself to think we'd let all that R&D go to waste. Nanocorp is now one of the 3 largest prosthetics companies in the world. Nebiki snorted. It'd better be, with the amount of cash it must have taken to get for me up and stitch me together. Who did it, anyway? The consistency movement wasn't that big 70 years ago. Tanaro smiled. Your ethics made my grandfather quite angry, Miss Tendo. Dr. Onotofu paid for all the expenses himself, after his wife's death. It sent them into debt and penury, but assured my mother and myself the places in high society which we now enjoy. Of course, he couldn't do it all on his own. When Kunio-sensei first became politically prominent, my honorable ancestor was quite influential in establishing the Kunio Foundation, as well as laying the basis for what would become Onocorp. Ironic, that all this should come about from hatred of yourself. Another one of those disconcerting grins. Less than like a fox playing with a chicken, greater than thought Nebiki. Less than Padiocidorgofu question mark greater than he just didn't seem like the type. The Dr. Tofu _I_ knew was sweet. Rather crazy at times, but certainly not the kind of person to help found a thing like this. I just find it hard to believe that. Tanaro's face hardened. Ono Kasumi's death was an incredible blow to him, and changed him utterly. He said, you knew him, and presumably were aware of his infatuation. He raised a questioning eyebrow. Nebiki nodded in assent. Double quote. After the death he became a changed man. I remember him only as bitter, cold, silent, and determined. Determined? To make you pay for your crime. He loved Kasumi. She was the most important thing in his life. Together with my mother, they were his life. And you took that away from him. Nebiki turned away. So you understand. The only mention I have of Ojiism being warm is from old-timers, like yourself. Anyone who met him after the incident would never use that word in the same sentence as his name. The director chuckled. Other children's grandparents taught them how to fish. Mine taught me how to date. Both he and my mother would drill me, day after day, in the need to have you punished, to make you feel their pain, and that of Kasumi-sama. A ring from the intercom. Yes, sire, bionics will be operational in 2 minutes. I apologize for the delay. Quite alright, quite alright. I've waited all my life, a few more minutes won't hurt. Carry on. Sire. Now, where were we? Fate, said Nebiki. She still couldn't believe it. The doctor cold and bitter, and all due to her. For the first time in her life, she was experiencing true regret, and she wasn't enjoying it. That will be more than aptly covered at your trial, I am sure, double quote, said the director. I would love to go on. Less than I single quote, I'll bet you would, greater than thought Nebiki, but we don't have much time. I suggest we focus on the technical aspects of the situations. Do you have any questions about the implants? The brain, said Nebiki. She had to know exactly how much they'd tampered with her. What have you changed in my brain? Oh, yes. That. There's no reason to complain about it. You wouldn't believe how many people come to us to have that kind of surgery. Pilots, surgeons, anyone who needs to do things accurately and precisely. In fact, the new habitual motion areas allow for the creation of what we like to call physical macros, and the others let one do wonderful things with speed reading, and, oh, but I haven't the time to go into that. Maybe I'll have one of our sales reps explain it to you before your execution. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? That only applies if you are innocent. Northeast, Mademoiselle Tendo. Touché. A weak smile. Anything else I should know about? Not much. Your eyes, nervous system, most bones, right arm, left leg, and heart have all been replaced. Your innards have been cloned from your genetic material, and engineered to be in sync with your prosthetics. Oh, yes. Your biochem synthetic. Apart from that, nothing I can think of. I see. A red light blinked to life next to the desk. They're ready for us. Get up, Miss Tendo. She did, and was mildly surprised not to hear the sounds of whizzing gears and expanding pistons. Tanaro also stood, and motioned to the door. They left. The corridors looked like a hospital's. White. And aseptic. Cold. Nebiki had a fundamental distrust of things that seemed this clean and pure, but she had to admit it was an appropriate setting for a final judgment. How far? She asked. Just a few more doors. When they finally arrived, the dreaded port ended up being just another innocuous-looking standard-make door. The only thing that distinguished it from any other was its number, 416. The director pulled a key card out of his breast pocket and slipped it into the appropriate spot. The door slid open with a soft hiss. The interior of the room was nothing like what Nebiki had expected. There were no jurors' benches, no audience chairs, no television cameras, advocates' boxes. In fact, all there was a desk, a computer terminal, 2 old wooden chairs and 1 plastic and metal chair-like contraption. As for people, only a young man in a white lab coat stood in a corner, holding a medical bag. Is this it? I'm afraid so, Miss Tendo. I don't understand. Where are the lawyers? Jurors? Judge? The director's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Have you been paying attention? We are a consistency court. You are your own advocate, prosecutor and judge. I am merely here as court stenographer. Yes, that is quite the proper analogy. Sire, the man in the lab coat spoke up. Is she ready to be prepped? Go ahead. The underling nodded. What? Prepped? I don't. You may explain, Jonathan. I'm sure you'll do a better job than I could. Thank you, sire. A bow. Then, to Nebiki. It used to be that consistency trials took a long time. A specialty team would spend months or years doing research into every aspect of the accused's life to come up with an accurate picture of his or her moral code, and would then determine in an old-fashioned trial whether the plaintiff was guilty according to said code. Less than even Kunu Baby's speeches were better than this freak's single quote s ... greater than thought Nebiki to herself. Less than I suppose it is part of my punishment ... greater than thanks to the technology developed for your reconstruction, we can now do away with the consistency squads. We merely put the appropriate machinery into the accused's head, and link them directly to a computer. As the subjects speak, their thoughts are displayed in visual format on the monitor, as seen by the mind's eyes. You've rehearsed this, haven't you? Nebiki asked. Many times, Miss Tendo. He answered. You frighten me. She took a deep breath. The sooner they started. Plug me in, then. I want this finished. The attendant motioned to the metallic chair, and Nebiki sat on it. Straps were tightened over her wrists and ankles, and then... a syringe. What's that for? She grimaced. Don't tell me they give the lethal injection before the verdict's out, now. Lethal injection? The director looked at her. We wouldn't be that lenient. That would cause at most a moment's pain, after all. No, Miss Tendo, this is just some Valium and Demerol. To loosen the tongue. I'll talk anyway. No need to prick me. The attendant paused. We want to make sure. Proceed, Jonathan. Jonathan nodded and began to inject the serum into Nebiki's left arm. The needle bent. That's her prosthetic, Jonathan. I'm sorry. I should have warned you. It's quite all right, sire. I have replacements. He tossed the used syringe into a nearby waste bin, and took a new one from his bag. This time, the solution went into Nebiki's left arm without incident. It was only a short time before she began to feel disoriented and lightheaded. The drugs are quite strong, so I doubt you'll be able to keep track of the outside world. Don't worry about it. Just concentrate on my questions, and your memories. Nebiki nodded. Her vision was beginning to blur. Jonathan? Yes, sire. She seems to be going under. Connect her. Yes, sire. He reached for the back of Nebiki's head and pulled loose a hair-covered panel. To the now exposed circuitry, he hooked up one end of the cable, and connected the other end to the computer. Done, sire. Good. Nebiki frowned. The voices were sounding strange. More or less like when she woke up from a Saturday afternoon nap, in the early evening, and heard her sisters speaking around her. Her sisters. Sire, the subject is crying. She must be thinking about the crime in question. Screamed out double quote. Jonathan flipped a switch. The monitor flickered for a few seconds, then showed shifting pictures of Akane, Nebiki and Kasumi. All three of them at the beach, three young girls with their mother. The screen zoomed into Mrs. Tenbo's face, which morphed into that of Kasumi. Interesting. This puts quite a new slant on the case. Then, a sudden shift to a graveyard scene. The Tendo family was standing in the rain around a freshly dug grave. The perspective moved to the front of the memorial stone, where the name of Nebiki's mother was clearly visible. Another pan out from the tombstone, to a changed scene. It was still a burial, but this time, it was the youngest Tendo, Akane, who was being laid to rest. Nebiki was beside the coffin, crying. She lifted the lid, and inside was Kasumi Tenbo's body. Nebiki screamed. She screamed, as on the screen her elder sister's corpse reached out to hug her, always forgiving her. Even for this, the screams grew louder. "Sire? What shall I do? Direct Mike, please." "As usual, sire." Jonathan handed Director Ono a microphone which was also connected to the computer. "Is it on?" "Hi." Jonathan blushed. "I mean, yes, Director Ono." Tanaro smiled. "No need to be so formal when it's only the two of us." He winced as another scream erupted from the chair. Clutching the mic, he spoke. "Nebiki? Can you hear me? Tendo Nebiki?" Silence. Then, a nod from Miss Tendo. "Good. I will guide you, Nebiki. I will ask you questions, and you will answer me. Do you understand?" Nod. "Very well." The director opened a manila folder on a nearby monitor top comma and leafed through its contents until he found the information he was looking for. "First, I will ask you to remember something. Think back to just after the death of your younger sister's fiancé. The death of Ranma." The director's voice transported Nebiki, sending her back through the years, back to the dismal winter following Ranma's death. That is what had started it all. Her mother's passing had been dramatic, but at least she had been left with family. Kasumi, Daddy, and Akane. But after that, aka got himself killed. What business it is was it anyway? To go to China on some macho training trip? If it wasn't for that curse of his, Chia would never come back looking for his mate, Unthan. Nebiki still couldn't believe her sister had loved that pile of muscle. Sure, they joked about it often enough, but no one actually believed it. Except perhaps for Daddy. And then, she up and threw herself off that bridge when Ranma died. Always picking a fight. That's what had gotten him into trouble. Man. As if it wasn't enough to get himself killed, he had to drag others down into the abyss with him. Typical Malrectile. Selfish. Unthinking. Nebiki laughed to herself. Male reaction. Even as a woman, that caused trouble. Jonathan stared at the pictures forming in the screen. "Sire? That boy. He's turning into a girl. Isn't he?" The director nodded. "Jews and Kyokers. We had references for it. The legends are true. Only within these walls, if you want to stay alive. Hi. She'd finally found someone she had a chance with, a man who actually cared for her, fond on her. Sure, he was a bit dense, but that was a minor fault when put against his other charms. But, of course, Kunu baby had to fall in love with the pig-tailed goddess. Fed out some goddess. More like a demon in disguise. When he heard of his beloved's disappearance, and of Akane's death, his other little quirk kicked into place. When he wasn't drooling over some girl or another, he tended to slobber over himself. Naturally, he assumed the two had killed themselves independently of each other, so he wouldn't have to choose between them. And of course his samurai code just had to point out to him that the honorable thing to do was to become a monk, and live in quiet reflection of the nobility of those two. Darn those vows of chastity. She'd been so close, until that Taka got himself slaughtered. Sire, who is this? I thought she was just some criminal. But she was Tatewaki Kunu's girlfriend? I don't see how we can still goon, if that's the case. Director Ono frowned. Why not? Permission to speak freely, sire? Tanaro nodded. Granted. Kunu-sensei is a hero. He brought peace, started the consistency courts. And we are the Kunu Foundation. How can we kill one whom he cared for? With all due respect, sire, should we really go down with Vice? We will go down, Jonathan. With you, or without you. If you value your job, and your well-being, you will stay mum and follow orders. The assistant trembled. As usual, sire. The next big blow was Daddy's death. He didn't last too long, with both heirs to the anything-goes school gone. With all those pussings, and Kasumi's marriage to Dr. Tofu, Nebiki was once again left alone. Of course, Onichan would never turn her away, and would always be ready with a tray of cookies and a listening ear when she needed one, but it wasn't the same. Nebiki had lost her home. She'd tried to replace family life with entrepreneuring, but even that couldn't fill the gap she felt inside. She'd lost her family to death, and the only member who remained had started one of her own. Kasumi had a daughter, already. It always cheered Nebiki to see her. Little Belle was so sweet. The perfect combination of her older sister's tenderness and her Tofu's rugged handsomeness. Not that she was so little anymore. Belle had turned into quite the young woman. Quite a fortunate one, too, with a set of caring parents and a stable home. She seems to be slipping back into the time, rather than just remembering it. Ono stroked his chin. Good. We can probably get more information that way. Having the doctor's household so close to her only served to remind Nebiki of her loss, and she devoted herself heart and soul to her enterprises. Yes, Nebiki, spoke the director into the mic. That's it. Tell us about your business. Business. The money she had made over the years, selling pictures of her sister to Kunu and blackmailing others, had allowed her to buy some very profitable stocks. In just a few years, She had risen to the ownership of a large security company. She always found that amusing. Her securities were what had allowed her to take control of Universal Security Equipment, Incorporated. The director twisted a few knobs on the computer's controls. "D better log this. They were getting close to the target. And how did that company do? Less than gently, greater than," he thought to himself. Less than T want to overshoot the mark. Greater than the company did well. For a time. While it was expanding, taking care of it filled Nabiki's vacant hours, and occupied her thoughts, which would otherwise be filled with depression and loss. Once it stabilized, however, and it stabilized soon. Nabiki was too adept at business for her own good. It ceased to keep her busy, and she needed another project. Real estate. Real estate? What real estate? In response to the question, a fuzzy picture of about 20 Tokyo city blocks appeared on the computer screen. Nabiki held the deeds to all the land around the abandoned Kendo dojo for a radius of 2 kilometers. She had bought these while the property was worthless, but as Nirima grew, it had transformed, as she had predicted all along, of course, into premier real estate. Even the Ono clinic/residence belonged to her, at least technically. When the doctor had run into some monetary difficulties, she had bought the property off of him and covered its mortgage, leaving him with living rights, and everything. In fact, but actual ownership. My. That was unusually kind of you, Miss Tendo. You took control of his property, and didn't even kick him out on the street. Most kind. The comment made Nabiki frown, even in her delirious state. Less than better be careful, greater than thought Tanaro. Less than T want to break the link. Greater than, I apologize for the interruption. Go on. You had plans for that land, did you not? Tell me about them. Plans. Of course she had plans. Great ones. Nirima thought a lot now. Lawyers, doctors, dentists and such found it an optimal area to set up their practices, but as of yet there wasn't much in the way of shopping malls, or recreational complexes. With the land she had, and the money from use, she could build one. It would help everyone, make life more pleasant. But, most of the land was no problem. Only Nabiki ever used the dojo, so demolishing it would not present a difficulty. As for the rest, in planning this she had allowed her tenants' leases to expire, then had refused to renew the contracts. No one lived there now, except Jonathan. Take secondary notes. We're almost there. Sire. The tofu clinic, still booming, was right in the middle of the property. She had approached the couple subtly, of course, about moving to a more luxurious location she would pay for, but they had refused, arguing that the clinic had always been their married home. It looked like the plan would have to be given up, but if she gave up, less than if she'd given up, greater than thought Tanaro, less than then she'd have had to face and deal with her pathetic life. I see ... greater than if she could find an excuse to demolish the place while they were gone, and then relocate them. It wouldn't harm them. She'd set them up in a beautiful condo. There wasn't a way. Oh. She couldn't destroy the property without their consent, or knowledge. But you did, didn't you? How? Nabiki? How did you do it? ? Double quote in the chair. Nabiki shifted uncomfortably. Tell me, Nabiki. It's important. She had gotten an idea when she went to visit Yukayo in the sanatorium. The poor girl had gone mad after giving birth to Ryuga's son. He reminded her too much of Ranma, and the fact that they'd been rivals. The nurse had been telling Nabiki Abufo the ex-okonomiyaki chef had demolished half the town in her insanity, using only a spatula. Then, she had commented on how they were fortunate it was the wife that had gone crazy, and not the husband. If Ryuga was ever depressed, his Shishihuka the blasting point technique would have probably inflicted a lot more damage. But Ryuga was still sane, wasn't he? And the Shishihuka reminded you of something got use, did it not? Ono hated to prompt, but the drugs would begin to wear off soon, and they had to be through by then. The Shishihuka. At the security company, they would test new equipment by detonating small, government-approved bombs next to them in a desert area. Whenever she was presented of those trials, Nabiki couldn't help but think of Ryuga's special attacks. The effects were nearly identical. On the screen, a picture of a bomb exploding, and the smoke clearing to reveal a scant Ryuga. I see, said the director. You intended to frame Ryuga for the destruction of the clinic? Nabiki nodded. She would frame him, yes, but it was for the better good of Niruma. Besides, she could pay him back for any legal fees or bail charges after the profits started rolling in, and maybe even add a generous compensation bonus. And how, exactly, did you manage this? On the chair, Nabiki began to sweat. It had been all too easy. With his wife incarcerated, Ryuga had been an easy target for seduction. Nabiki smiled. The poor boy had been no match for her, when she tried to be appealing. One night was all she needed. She had the genetic material she had gathered cloned at the use labs, until she had enough to legally place Hibiki at the blast site. The final touch was to fake a note purportedly from Akane, blaming her suicide on her hatred of Ryuga. The director turned his eyes away from the monitor. That's where pictures he did not want to see. Oh, deity, he muttered. He had known she was sick, but twice. Nabiki had waited until a day when Dr. Tofu and Kasumi had scheduled a trip to the beach. Then she had set the cloned material bomb and let her in Akane's old room at the dojo. In the early afternoon, she detonated the explosive. But she hadn't known ... she hadn't. Why? Why did Kasumi have to come back? On the monitor, Kasumi returning for a forgotten item. Picnic basket? Beach towel? No one knew, and after the incident she was in no condition to tell. Then, a cycle of imagined pictures of Onichan dying 1,000 horrible deaths, as the walls of the clinic collapsed onto her, and the shock wave burned her flesh. Oh, deity! She hadn't known. When she found out, it was too much. To lose Kasumi. To lose her mother, her family. She'd killed her. She'd. Nabuki began to cry. After doing such a thing, she could not allow herself to live. How would she? After destroying everything that she lived for, she settled on a suicide via bomb. It was the only proper way. Before thought, of course, she left her affairs in order. All outstanding debts were paid. A luxury condominium was signed over to Dr. Tofu and Bell, and ownership of use was transferred to Hibiki Ryuga. Hopefully, its wealth would be enough of a compensation for having put him in his present unfortunate position. The director looked at the monitor. She had been thorough in settling her accounts, spiritually and otherwise. That was a problem. She had paid Ryuga back to the best of her ability, and submitted herself to the same fate she had put her sister through. Sire, the drugs are wearing off. Tanaro turned to face the attendant. It doesn't matter. We have enough. In point of fact, wake her up completely. There's been a development. Sire. He pulled another syringe out of the bag, and injected the sobbing Nabuki. She promptly stiffened up, and tried to mask her tears. You know? She asked. Ono nodded. We know. When is the execution? I would like it done as soon as possible, please. Execution? The director smiled. I'm afraid not, Miss Tendo. There will be no execution. What? But you said. We can't kill an innocent person, Miss Tendo, no matter how dull they may be. Innocent? I thought you'd seen. What I just... Didn't you see you could see what I was thinking? Another nod. We can. We did. You passed aid. You are not guilty, by your own moral code. I don't understand. The crimes you were accused of were the incapacitation of Kasumi Tendo, and... Incapacitation? Nabuki smirked. I haven't heard that used as euphemism for death before. Just say I killed her. Oh, but you didn't. What? Not quite. Ono smiled. She lived. For 6 months, she lived out. She was paralyzed, blind, and mute, but her mind still worked, and she was kept alive through intravenous feeding. Oh, deity. She looked at herself, then Tanaro. If that happened to Kasumi, why didn't you just bring her back? Rebuild her, like you rebuilt me. Why put me through all this, and let her die? Oh, we tried, my dear Miss Tendo, said the director. But thanks to our daughter, that was quite impossible. Her daughter? Belle-chan? Yes. She couldn't stand seeing her mother in that position, so after half a year of visiting her every day, and seeing her just lie there, she pulled the plug. Quite literally. Disconnected her from all the life support equipment. Deity. Nabuki cried. I'm so sorry. The director looked amused. There seems to be an uncharacteristic amount of compassion in your voice, he said. Could it be that you're actually worried that the incident might have hurt her? The woman nodded. Don't worry. She got over that pretty quickly. Now, the cleaning fluid was another matter entirely. Cleaning fluid. To make sure no one would try to reconnect her, or keep her alive artificially, she injected her mother with a strong basic solution while Effie's heart was still beating. I'm afraid the organs were quite unsalvageable after that. I suppose we could have duplicated most of the body, but as you well know, the brain cannot be cloned. That can't be true. But it is, and I have photocopies of the psychiatrist's bills, and the court stenographer's notes to prove it. Tanaro noticed Nabiki's arched eyebrow. Don't look so surprised. Of course there had to be a trial. Fortunately, she opted for consistency, and was found completely innocent. In her pure heart, she found death to be a preferable fate for Kasumi than the living hell you'd sent her to. I didn't know. Precisely. You didn't know. Invincible ignorance has been your savior. By your own moral code, you took all necessary precautions, and would provide the Onos with ample compensation. You wronged Ryuga. Yes, but transferring the ownership of use paid him back in full, since it covered his bail and legal costs, and left them and his descendants. How does the phrase go? Set for a life. What happens now? You live. You realize, I'll only kill myself. I can't live in this world. Wouldn't single quote you rather have the pleasure? Director Ono's eyes twinkled. Oh, so you'll kill yourself? Yes. As soon as you let me go, I will kill myself. If you try to rebuild me again, I will simply commit suicide a third time. Without warning, Tanaro slipped a small dagger out of his jacket and threw it straight at Nabiki's head. Unthinkingly, she plucked it out of the air with her thumb and forefinger. What? She could not understand. I'm afraid, Miss Tendo, that we can't afford to let you die. You will find that you now have a very well-developed self-preservation instinct. This, combined with your mechanical reflexes, leads to some interesting effects, as you have so kindly demonstrated. If you were ready to kill me anyway, why do this? Come now, Miss Tendo. If you'd been guilty, we'd have wanted to kill you ourselves, via the most painful, torturous means your own imagination could devise. If you ended it all with just a relatively painless thrust of a knife, or something akin to it, that wouldn't do at all, now, would it? Never mind that. Oh, it still applies now that I have been found innocent. If you destroy yourself, how will you ever pay us back? Pay you back? Of course. You may be innocent of the crimes, but this is still a consistency court. In your first life, you never gave anything for free. Nabiki glared at him. Well, seldom. In any case, why should you expect the United States to give you a second chance, and not charge for it? The woman sighed. I admit I might have been a bit persuasive at times, she said, but I never sold anyone anything without their having asked for it, first. I didn't ask for a resurrection, and my setting off that bomb should have made that abundantly clear, in any case. Oh, no. Mumber, what if I told you that we could prove it otherwise? Huh? The director reached into his jacket and pulled out a minidisc, then handed it to his assistant. Jonathan, play track 4730. He turned to Nebiki. That disc has the mnemonic information we recorded while you were unconscious. Jonathan took the disc and slipped it into the appropriate slot in the main computer terminal. You're bluffing, said Nebiki. Wait and see. The screen came to life once more. This time, a red-haired girl wearing a yellow shirt and a bow tie was sailing through the air. As soon as she landed, a young Nebiki poured hot water onto her from a tin kettle, promptly turning the girl into a black-haired, big-tailed boy. Hey, watch it, said Ranma. I figured 2,000 yen should cover it, said Nebiki. Stop the recording, Jonathan. That's all we need. Yes, sire. That morph. Was that? We had already discussed this. If you value your safety and your solvency, you will keep quiet. Hi. What do you say now, MS Tendo? Said Tanaro, once again turning towards her. If I hadn't done that, shampoo would killed him, she said. It was pretty clear that he would vast for the water, if he could single quote top. Besides, he paid me for it voluntarily. Eventually. Well, then, smiled the director. We seem to be in agreement that if we hadn't done what we did, you would have remained dead, and you clearly want to live. Just a minute, exclaimed the woman. I think that my suicide kind of shows that I don't want to live. I still didn't ask for this, and I still don't have a legal claim. There is no way you can hold me here. Good day. She turned to leave. You're absolutely right, MS Tendo, said the director. Huh? I am. If it is clear that you indeed wish to die, then we cannot keep you here against your will. However, I don't think you'll want to leave without your wallet. My wallet? We found it at the blast site, and kept it for you. Thanks. I think. Tanaro pulled a small leather item from his trouser pocket, and deliberately dropped a slip of paper from it onto the floor as he handed it to Nebiki. Oh, dear, he said. How clumsy of me. Now, I wonder what that could be. He picked up the paper. Seems to be a life-preservation card. What? No. It couldn't be. Could it? Nebiki snatched the piece off cardboard from the man. It was. All right, I suppose you can keep it, if you like. We have plenty of copies, and I have the main text memorized, in any case. Let's see. How did it go? A pause. I, Tendo Nebiki, hereby declare that if there should come a time when I am unable to use my reasoning faculties, I am to be kept alive for as long as is medically possible, using whatever means are necessary. I forget the exact date and place of signing, I'm afraid. Am I right? Nabuki nodded. That was it, verbatim. With the organ donations as long as they were, it was 5-1 against that the medical ghouls would pull the plug on you too soon, just to recycle your body. She single quote D thought it best to fill this out, just in case. Deity, what irony. So, you see, Miss Tendo, the evidence closest to the time of her accident suggests that you wish to live, regardless of what you may not believe, and hence you are in debt to us for services rendered. Nabuki sighed. Point taken, she said. How, exactly, am I supposed to take ? I did sign over my company to Ryuga, after all. That you did. In fact, the Hibikis are now one of the richest, and most respected, families in Japan. But, don't worry. We single quote found a way. You will work for us. Work? What kind of work? Not the kind you'll enjoy, I'm afraid. Yano Corp has no need for financiers. Deity knows we have enough of them. Instead, you single quote will be working for the Kunyu Foundation, as part of the government of Nirima. Which part? The Computer Control Center. But I don't really know how to handle a computer. I don't think you understand, Miss Tendo. You will be the Computer Control Center. What? Your cerebral bionics, added to your natural intelligence, make you perfect for the job. You'll be hooked up to the main computer system, just like you were hooked up to this computer. He looked at the monitor, and with a little conscious effort, you'll take care of everything from traffic lights to food supplies. That's insane. How will I keep track of it? And I'll need time to eat, and sleep, and... The director interrupted. Don't worry. We have others in roughly the same position, and they all do an admirable job. As for eating and sleeping, well, you'll get the minimum government requirement, but that's only to comply with regulations. Thanks to your modifications, you don't really need to sleep, though you can, if you like, and eating shouldn't take up more than half an hour a day. Minimum government requirement? You'll work for us 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. I take it there's nothing I can do about it. Absolutely nothing. When do I start? Today is Friday, so we will give you tomorrow off. Let Saturday be your rest day. What about accommodations? Lodging? Don't worry. All that was taken care of long ago. Nabuki raised an eyebrow. We did prepare for this eventuality, Miss Tendo. Remember, none of us alive now knew you personally. We had no idea what your moral code was like. Congratulations. You're sicker than he gave you credit for. Thanks. I think. Oh, yes. One more thing before I let you go. HM? Your name. Tendo Nabuki. Exactly. You can't use that anymore. Why not? To the world at large, she's been dead for 70 years. Plus, your little antics left quite a stain on that name. Then what? You will now be known as Perdita. Perdita? Latin. Feminine for a lost one. Nabuki gave him one of her patented looks. You must be joking. There is no way I am being called Ost one in Latin. I'm a D Indio, not a HIDIKI. Too late. You're already registered. He turned to the attendant. Jonathan, take Perdita to her quarters. Aye, sire. And brief her on her new stats, will you? Birth date, parentage, and so on. As you will, sire. With that, Jonathan unhooked Nebiki from the terminal, replaced her head panel, unstrapped her and led her out the door. Tanaroma was satisfied. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps it was better, after all, that she had been found innocent. It seemed to him that she craved death, that she couldn't stand to face the consequences of her actions. To live. Now, there was her worst nightmare. To be alive in a world where she had killed her sister. Not only that, but one she thought of as a second mother. He shook his head. It was poetic justice that she would now know more about that very part of the world that so concerned her, thanks to her newfound employment. A smile. Nebiki Tendo. Pardon. pt3c had paid in full. Whistling airs from Beethoven's Ninth, the director smoothed his jacket and went out the door. Epilogue. Nirima Graveyard, December 15, 2095, Saturday, 6:42 p.m. Nebiki walked up the dirt path to the hilltop, dressed in black and with a thick veil hiding her face. Soon, she was inside of the marble slab that marked the tendotum. The cemetery's artificial lights were designed to be discreet, but their pinpoints of blue gave an eerie effect, and made it difficult for even her mechanical eyes to read fine scriptions on the plaque before the marker. Nebiki shivered, and it wasn't from the evening winter breeze. Less than just as well, greater than she thought. She'd checked the records beforehand, so she knew what to expect, but her mind wasn't quite strong enough yet to face the fact concretely. Not strong enough, by far. Besides, someone else was at the graveside. A woman? Yes. That much she could tell from the chest. But the black, and the dark, made little distinguishable. Probably some descendant of Kasumi's. Less than a single quote. I'm not going to think about that. Greater than she was fooling herself. Of course she was going to. She thought of little else. Her crime, her family, and death were all that occupied her mind, roughly in that order. The figure stood, then turned and walked towards the exit gate. Less than well. No more pulling it off. Greater than with a deep breath of cold air, she gathered resolution and went towards the memorial. Once there, she knelt before the stone, and looked at the names inscribed on it. She ran her fingers lightly over the indentations in the marble. The fingers of her organic hand. The first name was her mother's. Then came Akane's, Daddy's, and before Kasumi's, her own. She had no right to be there, next to them. No right at all. She'd outlived them. Oh, they were the ones who deserved life, not she. It wasn't fair. They'd left, and she'd stayed. Now she was alone, confused, and lost. Lost. Nebiki laughed bitterly. Perhaps the name the found Ion had chosen for her wasn't that inappropriate, after all. Perdita. Lost on. Fitting. She might not scrap it quite as soon as she'd first planned. The night birds were beginning to sing their songs, and the barking of dogs and noise of cat fights was gradually replacing the whir off the hover cars. The sky was dark. Thick clouds made sure that even the full moon could not be seen. It was time to leave. The atmosphere and memories were getting to her. Better do what she'd come for, and go back to the hospice. She reached into her robe, pulling out a bundle of incense sticks and a mini light. Hands shaking, she separated one of them from the rest, then carefully heated it. In seconds, the dull red rod began to glow, letting off gray-blue smoke which curled upwards, fading abruptly into the surrounding darkness. Even when one could tell the chemical composition of the soot at a glance, or the temperature of the flame, it was still a touching sight. Less than happy anniversary, sis stopped greater than tears flowing liberally. She set the offering down next to Akane's name. It was with some surprise that she noticed the flower left by an earlier visitor. A cloned rose in black, and still fresh. Less than must single quote been that woman ... greater than she allowed herself to smile. At least someone in this future world still remembered. No more. She had to stop living in the past, and begin to think of her future. Nabiki was dead and buried. She had been reborn, whether she liked it or not, and it was best that she remember that hers was now a different life from the one she'd left. With a sigh, Perdita stood and trudged back to the main path through the neatly cut grass, pausing only briefly to note with disgust that the Shodantum was mere inches away from her family's. Less than even in death. Ranma, you can't leave us alone ... greater than she started on the trail, and headed home. End side story notes : a while ago, someone else did this. I thought it was a neat idea, so here goes ... This is a list of the music I listened to while writing the gamma : left parenthesis along with some extra quotes. They seemed so influential to me reading, that I couldn't bear to leave them out ... right parenthesis * Alan Menken's musical version of A Christmas Carol, Robonobs. Lead me to the future, / I don't know what hells await me, / but I know I have to go there to return, / tear me into shreds and recreate me, / tell me that it's not too late to learn, / I can feel the shiver / of a shadow passing over / and I have a premonition it's for me, / lead me to the future, / show me everything I'm terrified to see ! Right * Mussorgsky's pictures at an exhibition and night on Bald Mountain ! Danny Elfman's The Nightmare Before Christmas ! Highlights from Mussorgsky's opera. Boris Godunov if you haven't heard it. Too slow. It's dark, but beautiful ... right parenthesis * Tchaikovsky's Queen of Spades ! Philip Glass's opera, La Belle et la Bête. This might as well be the Art 2096 soundtrack. I listen to it continuously while I write the eps ... right parenthesis * Philip Glass's E-Type 2 ! Prokofiev Alexander Nevsky ! Classics from the Crypt. An RCA Victor Anthology ** The Secret Garden Original Broadway Cast Album Tofu : left square bracket double quote someone single quote has died, and someone's left alone, and can't abide it. Tofu : left square bracket double quote where in the world, tell me, where in the world, / can I live without your love, / where on the earth, tell me where on the earth, / can I stay now that you are gone. Robonobs, and then I longed to join them / know the peace they feel, / then I woke once more / without them / knew I must wander on and on. Double quote right square bracket * Elves Miserables, original Broadway cast recording. Hopefully this will help explain the tone of the story. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. And now, for the full acknowledgements. Credit goes to Charles K. Hurst for raising the question of why Kasumiya wasn't recreated, instead of Nabiki. This led to having the situation on she was in be so painful that Belle-chan, their daughter, decided on definitive euthanasia rather than see her mother stay in that state. Left parenthesis remember, even in 2096, nerve tissue can't be regenerated, so she would have been at least slightly crippled, even with all the medical advancements. Right parenthesis Wayne Pillion inquired as to the how and wifes of Nabiki's resurrection, asking who would have had the interest, means, and money in 2025 to put her back together again, or keep her in storage until the appropriate technology was developed. Right parenthesis. He also asked about Kunio-sensei. To clear this up, yes, Kunio is a national hero. In fact, he's a global hero. His efforts brought world peace, standardized consistency trials as the method of justice favored internationally, and renovated the Japanese government. Thanks to him, I inserted that minor change, clearing up the fact that Tono Corp and the KF are two separate entities, though they are run by the same person, a fact which, it'll be revealed, is known to very few. Right parenthesis many others contributed with minor corrections, and I am indebted to Miku's and Marisa Price for their constant encouragement. In addition, Masukus has also been kind enough to create, scan, and email to what have become the definitive character sketches for Children, Kim and Radiko. Many thanks! I may be reached at either wilmore@mail.vid.net or 4cw6@clink.queenshoe.cafe. Ranma 2096 pages are found at http://clink.queenshoe.ca/4cw6/ and include many full-colored pictures of the characters, biographies and a fanfic archive, among other things. Wilmore@mail.vid.net. Christopher Wilmore /_vertical line /vertical line /vertical line vertical line /vertical line /vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line. slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash backslash slash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line backslash backslash vertical line backslash backslash dot vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line dot vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line backslash backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot 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 vertical line vertical line vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line slash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash written by Christopher Radico Wilmore slash backslash 4cw6 at clink.queenshoe.ca slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash Kensu Schumacher at london.snet.com backslash art 2096 pages http://clink.queen/logo:/left parenthesis logo:/Armakuni right parenthesis ===Zananian I beat him hard. Blow after blow I pounded on his blackened chest, each impact sending out large chunks of roasted flesh attached to molten silk. Once in a while, a rib of his would crack, or I would feel the pine as my own fingers shattered. I didn't care. With each new ache, I simply grit my teeth and yelled his name. It was his fault. How dare he die? How dare he leave me, when we'd been engaged? It's true, we thought, and joked, and said we didn't want it, but at least on my part, I threw out it all. A part of me had never really doubted that, when it came time, we would abide by our father's wishes, and be one, husband and wife. It was with that security, that claim, that I thought and taunted him. And he deserved it, too. The pervert. But he was my pervert. Mind you, on control, and Wednesday, my fiancé, my Ranma, and he was no more. That little lecher, Taco's eyes, called forth a ghost, and just with that, he took away my happiness, my love, my life. A 1500-year-old spirit came to seek his sweetheart, and found her in my fiancé's female form. Without a thought to any joy but his, he blasted Ranma, no preamble, explanation. Just glared, and focused, and fired a beam which even Ryugashi Hukon would pale die. It hit. I see it now, as I do almost every time I close my eyes with perfect clarity, and in slow motion. The concentrated beam moves on towards my fiancé, and when he notices, too late, what is to come, he puts in front of him a forearm, in a futile, automatic gesture of defense. The key blast strikes, and he's knocked back, twisting and pivoting in midair, until his body's parallel to the deadly rays. The energetic force propels him back, until he hits a wall. It crumbles, and he dies. I do not know, at first. I rushed to him, picked up his head, and rested in my arms, staring at his now unmoving face. The smell of charred meat mixes with the liquid of my salty tears and runs into my mouth, all senses striving to inform me of a fact that I will not accept. And then, the ultimate in proof. The corpse twitches, glows, and levitates a foot or two. I let it go, as it rises off the ground. Red heat flames form, and shine, and coalesce into a luminescent 5-foot form that rises from his waist, and attaches itself from its previous link, and lets the body of my Ranma fell once more onto the gravel. It's Ranma-chan. The dormant spirit trapped inside of him is finally awake, his last, involuntary sacrifice arousing her from cursed slumber. Jubilant, her image focuses, and she floats off to meet her loved one. Chia. I cannot take it. That he killed my love. I think it now with difficulty. That it would have been impossible is bad enough, but that he should be so rewarded for my misery, that's unforgivable. I charge. From where I'd knelt, I move into a crouch, and build elastic tension in my legs before I spring towards the ghost, pulling out my mallet so that I may drive him into the ground, a nail to my affliction. No such luck. He stands, embracing the red-headed woman, and when he notices me dash, he merely frowns, then smiles, then laughs, and finally points a finger at me, sending out a miniaturized version of the blow that took out my beloved. When I come to, the twain are gone. Whether they disappeared, or traveled off, or went to heaven or to hell, I'll never know. The only I'm sure of is that with their parting, the two ghosts took all our happiness, our joys, our future hopes, and left behind a pair of somber, empty shells. I hadn't told him. He had lived, and died, and never knew. I took for granted that we'd wed, that one day we'd be able to express. That I single quote the underscore be able to come out and, what's the use? I knew it then, I know it now. The past is gone out he single quote has left, and I remain, and through the workings of my foolishness, and rage, and hatred, there is now no way that I can join him. Oh, that the Almighty had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. For once, Hinako's served me well. Why'd I do it? Had I waited, I'd be with him now, not in this dismal park of memory. Instead, impatience, and regret, and anger took a hold of me. My dreams were gone, and someone had to pay. First, Capo's eyes. He was the obvious choice. At-to-foot abnormality and his twisted tastes were at the root of all my woe. That day, and night, and for how long, I don't remember. Till whenever I myself did end, I walked in living dreams. Nothing seemed real. My sisters, father, friends, would talk to me, and cry, and try to comfort me, and I would listen, nod, and say I understood, when in reality I seldom even knew what they had said. Emotions ran too high within for consciousness to hold more than on thought, and at that time, that thought was clear, and purposeful: revenge. The chosen night, when all the house had gone to sleep, I put my plan to work. Off went my habitual pajamas, the yellow ones, with birds in them, and on came lingerie I'd never dared put on before. A towel off for that precautionary, just in case Kasumi or my dad should see me. And I stepped into the hall. Where was it? There. I looked around, and quickly found the thing I sought. A keepsake from Shampoo's last rendezvous with Ranma. I'd returned all her place. All was prepared. The pervert's room was just a little ways away. I went up to the door, and knocked. He was surprised. Who wouldn't be? For years, I'd pummeled any male who'd tried to date me, let alone lay hand upon my skin. He gawked, and paused, and gulped, and stared as the towel fell to the floor. Trembling, he looked at me with questioning eyes. I beckoned. A flash of movement, and the ancient ball of flesh jumped up and latched itself onto my bosom, growing its disgusting, wilted head between my breasts. I was repulsed, but thankful for the feeling. It made it that much easier. My right hand reached into the panty's elastic lining, and took the shard of broken glass which I had placed there. Just a quick 1-second slice across the throat, and the late master of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts dropped to the floor. At once for Ranma, I told the corpse. That's when the shield began to break. Until now, ignorance had been my strength, and psychic disorientation my most trusted guide. The harsh reality of what I'd done, of what I had become now sliced through my psychological defenses, and shattered my emotional armor. The pool of blood on the floor, the saliva on my chest. Those formed my pool of sorrow, the catalysts for the metamorphosis to follow. Their very realness broke to me the facts that I'd delayed assimilation of. What happened next is all confused. Heaven above has shown some kindness, and it has hazed that period in my mind. All I remember is a lot of running, panicking, and a pounding heart. The muscles beating audibly against my sternum several times a second, as with trembling hands I less than try to remember. Try to ... greater than no use. The next scene that I see is several hours later, at the bridge. The moon has set, the sun is not yet up, and by the starlight I can see placid waters, little wave crests idly moving across the surface of the river. I smooth my dress. In some unconscious, automatic fit, I chose this as my death gown, pale pastels, yellow and sky blue, a suit which often Ranma had seen me in. It fit. My brow was firm. I blanked my mind, except for thoughts of him, of life and loss, of happiness foregone. And finally, I jumped. The waters took me in their frigid grip. So often had this liquid changed my fiancé into the form that killed him. Now, it would change me. I let the fluid penetrate my throat and nostrils, fill my lungs and stomach, weighting me down with added mass until I sank onto the bottom silt, and onwards, to wherever Ranma was. I hoped. Poetic justice, that the trigger for his curse would prove my own undoing, I had thought, but I had never counted on the consequences of the act. So had the murders shaken me, and I had lost all faith in spirit, heavens, deities, and did not take into account the repercussions on my soul of self-extermination. No sooner had my eyes gone black and my heart still, than I woke up anew and saw with ghostly clarity. As I see now, I'm cursed, but no Jews in Kyo for me. I'm doomed to stay, and watch what's happened, all the grief and pain I've caused, and all the happiness and joy I've forfeited, forever knowing that I'll never join my dear beloved. Ranma, I whisper, and slowly trace my fingers over his carved name on the marble monument. It is the anniversary of his death, and I have kept it without fail for over 90 years, despite the still fresh pain. You knew him? A voice from behind me. I thought I was alone here. Who? I turn around. It is a woman young, though that doesn't mean nothing, as far as spirits go, with straight, blonde, shoulder-length hair and large green eyes. Her dress is rugged, and she looks at me with a sympathetic smile. I had not seen this ghost before. Who are you? I ask her. She smiles. Childra Jansen, at your service, is her reply, and she extends a fair-skinned hand. I look at it, and then at her. Go on, she says, but slowly. You don't want to pass right through it. I nod, and carefully, gradually, place my fingers atop hers. They're warm. I can feel a pulse, and the coursing of her living blood. She is alive. But how? I look up quizzically. She smiles again. I am alive, she says, but I can see ghosts. Why do you come to me? I've studied you, and your period, and I'd like to know more from each source. What? I'm a historian. I enjoy my major, and I like to get my information firsthand. A pause. If you'll let me, I'd also like to be your friend. Akane. A friend? I haven't had one in almost 100 years. I smile, and nod. This could prove interesting. If you'll talk, I'll listen. I promise, she says, and sits down on the marble bench beside me. I begin to cry. How much have I lost, and for what little gain? How is it that a single friendly face can stir me to such heights? There was once a time when I would fight off suitors, and could afford the luxury of scorning any for whom I truly held affection. Now, however, things have become, and much. No longer does revenge drive all my actions, and my thoughts. Another feeling takes its place. Xanon equals asterisk Xanon equals single quote regret single quote Christopher Wilmore for CW6 at clink.queenshoe.co Wilmore at mail.id.net Ranma 2096 pages http://clink.queenshoe.co/tilde4cw6/ Lara Bartram less than Lara Unix.emic.edu greater than subject. Ranma right square bracket left square bracket fanfic. Art 2096 The Spider's Silken Touch Braid Pre-Notes. This is best read in conjunction with Terror Chris Wilmore and The Vengeance of Heaven. Otherwise, this probably won't make too much sense. But hey, it's Ranma 2096. Right parenthesis Laura meet Lara Bartram, fanfic machine. My own guess is that she and Vijay, the new artist, are competing to see who's the most prolific. Anyhow, here's the latest Kaiuthu tidbit. Lem know what you think exclamation point hyphen CW slash underscore 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line slash backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line slash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash created by Christopher Wilmore slash less than 4cw6 at clink dot queen shoe dot greater than slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash art 2096 pages http://clink.queen-shoe./tilde4cw6/left logo Armakuni right the spider's silken touch bilayer Bartram less than layer Munix.emic.edu greater than. Welcome to my parlor, said the spider to the fly. Left square bracket 2037. Spring Thashajai. My wife. The idea is almost physically ill to me. Not that I am unappreciative of women. Far from it. But Fashijai ... she is a Kurane. I do not like the Kuranes. In fact, I loathe them. I loathe my wife. She is fair of face, slender of form, and pretty enough, but she is a Kurane. She is my wife only because endearing myself to them allows me to watch them. And I watch them. I watch all that they do to see when that day will come. When it does, I will be prepared. There will be no surprises. She is my wife, yet she is my very own spy as well. The idea of a child with her is uncomfortable. Yet, he could not watch the Kuranes effectively without making the illusion complete. I laid with her in bed, yet there was nothing to come off effort other than wasted physical exertion and a sweaty mess in the fine silk sheets. We tried many times, only to keep up the illusion on my part, and it seemed she knew as well there was a limitless distance between us that she would never cross. Why she stayed, I shall never know. Possibly the Kuranes were as distrustful of I as I of them. What a wonderful little situation that would have been. But why would they be? They knew nothing of me the way I knew of their activities. They did not know the future the way I knew the future. It seemed forever. We had married shortly after the death of that fool that everyone believed to be the global savior. How many times I was compelled to perform such a deed with her, I did not know, but finally, a child was conceived. I was underwhelmed. Fashijai held nothing for me, and she knew of this. And so it was also shortly after the death of the global savior that I discovered one perk of having more money than I realistically knew what to do with. Of course, if I had ever been able to break the Kuno trust, that would have been a windfall. I would have never had to even pretend to be a businessman. He told I'd run my entire operation on those funds alone. The advancement in cloning would have allowed an illegitimate heir to appear, under my control, if the fool had been courteous enough not to completely obliterate himself. But the perk. The ways of the rich and powerful are not questioned. They are expected even. So whilst several knowledgeable professors of history were recruited to teach the proper version of history, I found myself an outside source of distraction. I saw her on my way to a meeting with the head of the history department at the University of Tokyo. There had been ugly rumors of a course solely focused on. The thought makes me laugh. Oh, maybe I am bitter over all he had and did not deserve. I only swept it out from under him by necessity. Without number sign 2993 single quotes intervention, I would have been, who can say? But I would be in no condition to be a true global savior. But to simply let the university teach to students, to not carefully control the sharing of information about certain circumstances. That could not be tolerated. So I was on my way to speak with the head of the history department, to have a trusted man put in position to teach a course with a more acceptable content, when I saw her. My first thought was just how foolish those foreigners were to talk everything so seriously. To take Kuno-Take-Waki seriously, for anything, was to be ridiculed by those who knew the truth. I knew the truth. The fools. The entire world was a great sphere full of fools. Except for him. I knew. And I knew what I needed. Asterisk 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 left square bracket 2030 to spring. I arched an eyebrow at her companion, a thin, yet wiry young man. He glared back at me. I think he was trying to intimidate me. It's fine, Manabu. You go on. I'll catch up later. She knew better than to let a silly child determine her course of action. You watch it with him. I really don't think. She shoved him, playfully, and smiled. He walked away, giving me scathing looks. College students were so humorous. I wonder if number sign 2993 had found the same humor in the global savior. I know of a glorious restaurant just on the outskirts of the city. Would you care to accompany me? I asked. I could see Kama immediately. She would not refuse. Well, she looked around nervously. I knew I should have dismissed my men before approaching her. I have a class. Nonsense. Class is a minor thing. I dared touch her cheek, not even realizing how young she was. It was no matter. One meal with won't hurt, will it? She was divided. Poor girl. Come. It is equally important that a student have adequate nourishment. You shall have your fill. But I don't even know your name, she said suddenly. Had I forgotten? How foolish of me. Forgive me then. Sankuzi Kayuthu, at your service. I lifted her hand gently to my lips and felt the soft, warm skin as I kissed it. She looked at me, amazed. Chivalry was not dead when it could get me something I wanted. The blush that rose in her cheeks was quite enticing. Well, I suppose, she answered, trying to not meet my gaze. Let us be off then. I took hold of her arm gently and led her away. My two men followed at a respectable distance, ever present like twin shadows. My car is waiting. It shouldn't take too long to get there. We walked rather slowly for my taste. She was still hesitant, and I was more than patient. There's my car now, I said drolly as we approached the large classical limousine. I preferred the more elegant style, the more intimate seating for the large square beasts I endured for my former employer's sake. They looked more distinguished and made whoever sat inside seem that much more important. Some person of whose name I wasn't even aware opened the door for us and we both entered the vehicle. I could still see that she wasn't sure that the evidence of money and power did nothing to assuage her fears. To Yamakawa, I commanded, my eyes looking over my new friend quite carefully. Probably more than she would be comfortable with, but she was currently too busy investigating her potential escape routes from the vehicle. Smart girl. The car set in motion and there was no longer any escape. Silence dominated the trip. She had nothing to say, nor did he. When we arrived at the restaurant, things changed. Good day, Chief Executor. A cursory nod to the person holding open my door. I slid out and helped my companion exit the vehicle as well. "Miss," the person said, and I saw him give her a bow as she'd. Smart man. Surprising considering the class of people around here. The fact that they even understand the concept of respect. It no doubt allows them to live longer. I held her arm gently as we walked to the front doors and they were open for us. "Chief Executor," the person said, bowing slightly. "Miss." She looked at them all, amazement clear on her face. I chuckled and leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Pay them no mind. They fear for their jobs, and rightly so." That look turned in my direction this time. "Chief Executor, right this way. The best table with the best view. That is where I sit. That is where I always sit." The view was nicer with the addition of my companion, yet she was intimidated, and that was something I did not want. "Don't be nervous, there's nothing to be concerned about here. Not with me." My smile put her at ease, though the next intrusion set my teeth on edge. "Go Sankuji. How's your little setup over at the KF?" I turned my head ever so slowly. I couldn't really call him an intellectual rival, for he was hardly any sort of intellectual and he was no rival. Mostly Oikawa was an annoyance and seemed to follow me everywhere. "Do you mind? I am attempting to have a private lunch. You're intruding." I saw her look at me, and I knew she must have made connection. It would be slightly intimidating if I were in her position. "Oh, excuse me, Chief Executor. After all, the Kuno found out I doesn't really need you to run it, does it?" He stood there, looking leering, laughing, and he knew. I don't know how, but he knew. I snapped my fingers and Thermometer was there instantly. "Yes, Chief Executor. Is there a problem? This person is interrupting a private meal. Would you have him removed?" I cared not who he was, who he worked for, what kind of people he had working for him. Mine were better. "No need. I'm leaving." "Enjoy," he said, still smiling. "Enjoy it while you still have it." I turned my head and did not watch him leave. The oaf. If Edward crossed my path, he would find himself at the bottom of ex-employer's infamous pit, rotting along with the bones of my unfortunate father. "Chief Executor?" "Ah yes. That's where I was. A title. Nothing more. My job is much more pedestrian than it might seem to people outside the foundation. Oh, in truth, my title was much more pedestrian than me person. No one would ever know the true work I put into the blasted foundation. No one would even know why. By then, they wouldn't care. Maybe I would even be dead. But my work would live on, and it would keep the world safe. The Kuno found it. I waved my hand. Yes, yes. It's really not something I'd like to make an issue of. I find myself dealing with business matters far too much and would like this to be a simple luncheon. Is that acceptable?" She nodded and lifted her glass of water shockily to her lips. Seeing her distress, I waved one of my men over. He leaned down and I whispered quietly to him. It wouldn't do for my companion to hear this information. I did not need her any more frightened than she was. It had taken an amazingly short amount of time. The workers here paid handsomely enough. I shouldn't have been surprised. This time, the penthouse was decorated to my tastes and was much more elegant than a barren, self-imposed prison. Under the right circumstances, I would have even called it romantic. Darkness, the city lights, an elegant dinner for two, music. It was an incredible cliché, but it was what I knew, and she enjoyed it. I had never known the life of a typical college student. I had never known that such a small thing as how I decorated, or I had so young decorate would be so enticing. Wow. It's amazing. She was looking out the windows at the city. It wasn't actually a very good view, but good enough. I would have moved into something a little larger, more modern, but it just couldn't be done with the entire world watching me. She turned to me, excited and nervous. That much I could tell, though anything else of what she was feeling was carefully guarded. I just wanted. Nonsense. I stopped myself from simply calling her girl. That would not be looked upon kindly. It is my pleasure to accommodate you in this manner. I don't use the penthouse often. Its single quote is so large, and I am but one man. The blush rose high in her cheeks. She knew very well what he meant, though she didn't seem at all opposed to it. Shall we partake in dinner? First, of course. It was unspoken and understood. The night would not end with dinner, or even dessert. I think, I said as I filled her delicate crystal glass with the most expensive white wine, and I would very much like to see you in various stages of undress. I poured my own glass and set the bottle on the table, then I met her astonished gaze. She stared for a moment, then looked quickly down at her food. She made no other indication that my statement had affected her. He almost wasn't sure she had even heard me. Take no offense. I took a small bite of my food, not even really tasting it. That doesn't bother you, does it? Truly, he told not tell. She was enigmatic and amazingly secretive. She had things she would not tell me under nearly any circumstance. She shook her head, still staring at her plate of food. Excellent. How my mood had improved. I was polite and considerate. Too much time with Ashijaya turned me into an almost absentee lover. My body was there, but neither my heart nor my mind were. It was hard to change thought pattern, but in the end, it had been most satisfying. She had not been unbroken, but no doubt she was used to the pathetic fumblings of drunken college boys, and I had been the first to show her what it was supposed to be like. Those words never passed between us. No. There was no lie. There was no love. There was momentary physical comfort and a simple feeling of trust between us, but nothing more. Asterisk 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 left square bracket 2037 winter. I didn't believe Ishigawa's report. I was still human, and to accept that she had betrayed me in such a manner. No, I did not believe. She could hide things, but she could never hide things like thought. And in the end, I deleted that message. I put Ishigawa's report in a drawer of my desk and forgot about it. Until I got that mail much later that pinned it all on Ishigawa. I was more than willing to remove him from my employ. It didn't need him and note. Go ahead. Freely hate Kaiuthu. I know I do. I'm not very impressed with Tofu either. Blair, October 24th, 98.